Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Silent Check-In, The Unseen Receptionist. The fluorescent light above the motel's reception desk buzzed with a low, uneven hum, flickering once and then again, like it was struggling to stay awake long enough to fulfill its duty. I stepped up to the counter and cleared my throat, the sound oddly loud in the near-empty lobby. The receptionist sat behind the desk, a young woman with a sharp jawline and dark hair pulled back so tightly it looked as if her scalp might crack. She stared straight ahead, not at me, not anywhere near me, as if I were the invisible hum of the flickering light or the faint creak of the floorboards beneath my boots. "Hi," I said, trying to keep my voice even. "I have a reservation under Collins." My fingers tapped a rhythm on the counter, the thin laminate sticky beneath my nails. There was a pause, long enough that I glanced down at my phone, just to check that maybe the signal hadn't cut out or I'd misread the confirmation email. Nothing. She didn't flinch, didn't blink, didn't so much as shift her gaze. I cleared my throat again. "Excuse me? I'm here to check in." Her lips pressed into a thin line. No reply. No acknowledgement. I felt my throat tighten, a dry scratch that made swallowing difficult. The air seemed heavier, as if the silence itself had weight. I looked around the lobby, a cracked tile floor, a faded welcome mat, a potted plant with leaves curling brown at the edges. The only other sound came from the faint, distant highway traffic, the occasional caw of a crow, and the slow drip from a leaky faucet somewhere behind the counter. "Is this place still open?" I asked, more to myself than to her. My voice came out rougher than I wanted. There was a faint metallic taste on my tongue. I reached out and tapped the counter again, harder this time, the dull thud echoing oddly in the quiet. Still nothing. I glanced behind her, past the desk, where the narrow corridor disappeared into shadows. The walls were painted a sickly beige, the kind that tries to be neutral but ends up feeling claustrophobic. A stale breeze drifted from somewhere, carrying the faint scent of mold and dust. I could see the edge of a worn carpet runner, frayed at the corners. There was no sign of anyone else. I swallowed down a sudden surge of irritation. Maybe she was new, or tired, or just having a bad night. I tried again, softer this time. "Look, I have a room booked. I'm really exhausted from the drive." The words felt hollow even as I said them. No reaction. I glanced at the small clock mounted on the wall behind her, 9:47 p.m. The motel stood alone on the outskirts of a town I barely remembered driving through. The neon sign outside buzzed weakly in the dark, the word vacancy flickering in a patchy rhythm. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked once, sharp and unexpected. I looked back at the receptionist, wanting to ask if the card reader was working, or if I needed to pay in cash. But the woman's hands lay flat on the counter, unmoving. Her face was unreadable, as if carved from stone, but her eyes were glassy and distant. I stepped back, suddenly aware of the sticky floor beneath my boots, the stale air pressing in on me from all sides. My pulse ticked up, a faint drumbeat at the edges of my consciousness. I tried the door behind me, the lobby entrance, but it didn't budge. Locked. That couldn't be right. I hadn't noticed any signs or warnings when I'd walked in. I turned back to the desk. "Can you please just tell me if I'm on the list?" My voice quivered with a mix of frustration and something else, uncertainty, maybe, or doubt creeping beneath my skin. More silence. A wall of silence that seemed to thicken, pressing against my ribs. The receptionist's eyes flickered briefly, not at me, but to the side, toward the hallway. For a split second, it looked like the tiniest twitch of recognition, then nothing. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my shaking hands. The air tasted metallic now, like pennies or blood, though I knew neither made sense here. I glanced down at the counter, noticing the faded stain of coffee rings, a small paperclip lying discarded near the edge. The texture of the laminate felt rougher than I remembered, almost gritty. I swallowed again, the lump in my throat growing. Is someone else here? Maybe a manager? No answer. Just that steady, oppressive silence. I stepped away from the desk and walked slowly toward the door, hoping for a breeze, a sound, a sign that I could leave. The lock clicked softly as I tested it again. Still no give. A faint, almost imperceptible sound, the scrape of a chair against the floor, came from the hallway. My head jerked up, heart quickening. But the receptionist stayed still, unchanged, as if frozen in place. The scrape came again, then stopped. I swallowed hard. My hands trembled slightly, fingers curling into fists. I wanted to ask her what was going on, why I was being ignored, but the words stuck. It was like the air had thickened. Like I'd stepped into a place where I wasn't meant to be. I glanced back at the desk. No guest list was visible. No computer screen or register. Just a blank, empty space beneath the counter. The receptionist's expression was unreadable, distant, like she was looking through me, past me, or maybe right through some invisible barrier I hadn't noticed. I tried to think maybe I'd made a mistake. Maybe I was in the wrong place. But the address on my phone matched the sign outside, the map, even the GPS coordinates. This was the motel I'd booked. I tried one last time, voice barely above a whisper. Please. I just want to check in. The receptionist's eyes flicked to me for a fraction of a second, colder than ice, sharper than glass, and then she looked away again. The door clicked behind me. Slowly. Like someone was locking it. And I realized, with a sinking weight in my gut, that I wasn't on any guest list. Because I wasn't meant to exist here anymore. The door clicked shut behind me, the sound slicing through the silence like an item. No guest list. No register. No computer screen. Just that blank, empty space beneath the counter. It was as if the motel itself, this whole place, was designed to erase me. I glanced toward the dim hallway behind the reception desk, where a flickering fluorescent bulb cast jittery shadows on peeling wallpaper. There was no back door, no sign of anyone else, no escape. The silence wasn't just silence anymore, it was a thick, suffocating presence pressing in from every corner. I took a step back, the worn linoleum cool beneath my shoes. My fingers twitched, itching to rub the prickly skin on my neck. What was I supposed to do? Leave? But the door was locked. I tried the handle softly, hoping it was a mistake, but it didn't budge. Hello? I said, voice uneven, too loud in the quiet. Can you please? Nothing. I swallowed again, forcing my legs to move away from the front desk. My eyes caught on the small pile of brochures arranged neatly on one corner, tourist traps and hiking trails, all glossy and cheerful, completely at odds with the motel's dead atmosphere. I snatched one up, fingers trembling, and flipped through it. Nothing. No phone number, no staff contact, not even a map of the property beyond the bare essentials. I walked slowly toward the hall, the faint hum of an air conditioning unit somewhere distant like a ghostly pulse. The wallpaper was stained in places, edges curling like dead leaves, and the carpet was threadbare, smelling faintly of mildew and something sour, maybe old sweat or worse. Somewhere beyond the walls, a dog barked twice, sharp and lonely, then silence again. I tried the door at the end of the hall. Locked. The same with the one beside it. I pressed my ear to the cold wood, but I couldn't hear anything, no voices, no footsteps. just that unyielding quiet. My hands shook. I ran them over my face, trying to wipe away the sudden sweat that made my skin clammy. The receptionist remained behind the desk, her gaze fixed somewhere beyond the room, as if the whole scene was a bad dream she wasn't about to wake from. I circled back, close enough to the desk to see the faint imprint of a name tag pinned to her blouse, but the letters were blurred, unreadable, as if someone had wiped them away. Her fingers rested on the edge of the counter, pale and still. "Why won't you answer me?" I asked, voice cracking. "What is this place?" Her lips twitched, but no sound came. Then, slowly, she reached into a drawer beneath the counter and pulled out a small, folded piece of paper. She slid it across the surface toward me without looking up. I stared at the paper, frozen. It was old and yellowed, edges frayed. I unfolded it with shaking fingers and saw a printed list of names, dates, and room numbers. The names were familiar, people I'd seen around town, from the diner, the gas station, even the post office. But mine wasn't there. Not even close. I looked up, eyes wide. Why am I not on here? The receptionist's gaze flicked toward me again, cold and unwavering. Then, she nodded once, sharply. No smile. No explanation. I crumpled the paper in my hand. The weight of it was heavier than I expected. The motel was some sort of trap, but for what? For whom? And how? I felt an icy chill run down my spine, making the hairs on my arms stand up. Outside, the sky darkened further, thick clouds swallowing the last bits of twilight. The air grew colder, dampness settling into the corners of the room like an unwelcome guest. I needed answers. I couldn't just wait here, locked in with a receptionist who acted like I was a ghost. There had to be a way out. I stepped back from the desk and scanned the room again. A small door to the side, half hidden behind a threadbare curtain, caught my eye. It was marked staff only, the paint peeling off in jagged strips. Maybe that was the exit. I hesitated. I didn't know what I'd find on the other side. I didn't even know if I wanted to find out. But staying here meant being swallowed whole by the silence. With a deep breath, I reached for the handle. It turned with a soft click. The door creaked open to reveal a narrow, dimly lit stairwell leading down into shadow. A musty, damp smell rose up, earth and mold and something else, something sharp and metallic, like old pennies left too long in a damp drawer. I glanced back at the receptionist. Her eyes followed me, still unreadable, but now tinged with something like warning. Or maybe resignation. I swallowed hard. "I'm sorry," I said, voice barely a whisper. "I don't belong here." She said nothing. I stepped through the doorway and began my descent into the darkness. Each step echoed, sharp and hollow. The air grew colder still, and my breath came out in small, white puffs. My heart thudded unevenly, a frantic drumbeat I couldn't quiet. Halfway down, I paused, hands gripping the rough plaster wall. The silence wasn't empty anymore, it was waiting. Watching. At the bottom, I reached a heavy metal door, rusted at the edges. No handle, no lock. Just a cold, blank surface. I pressed my palm against it. The metal was ice cold, biting through my thin jacket. Then, faintly, from the other side, I heard it. A voice. Low, distant, barely a whisper. Calling my name. I jerked back, heart hammering. That wasn't possible. I wasn't supposed to exist here. But the voice came again, clearer this time, urgent, desperate. Please, don't leave. I stumbled backward, breath caught in my throat. The door remained silent, unyielding, and the stairwell behind me waited in darkness. I had to decide. Stay trapped in the motel's cold silence, or step through the door and face whatever was waiting on the other side. I didn't know which was worse, but I knew I couldn't stay. The receptionist's eyes were still on me as I turned away from the door. No longer distant, no longer cold. Something else flickered there, something like pity, or maybe fear. I took a deep breath and started climbing back up the stairs. But the voice followed me, echoing faintly, "Don't leave." And I realized then that this place wasn't just about me disappearing. It was about someone else trying not to be forgotten. I stood on the second floor landing, the cold plaster pressing against my back, fingers curling into the chipped paint of the railing. Behind me, the receptionist's gaze didn't waver. His eyes held a strange mixture of sorrow and something like warning. I wanted to meet his stare, to ask what the hell was going on, but his silence cut deeper than any answer he could give. It was a silence that said, "You don't belong here. And if you try to leave, you won't either." I swallowed hard, trying to steady the tremor in my hands. The door to the outside world, the only exit I'd found so far, was locked tight, unyielding. The stairwell behind me, swallowed in darkness, seemed less inviting now. If anything, it felt like a trap. But staying meant accepting the impossible, that this place was designed to erase me, to scrub my existence away like chalk from a blackboard. I turned back to the hallway, eyes darting toward the flickering fluorescent light overhead. The bulb buzzed and flickered, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the cracked linoleum floor. The scent of stale cigarettes and damp carpet filled the stale air, making my throat itch. A distant dog barked somewhere, sharp, urgent, and I realized the night had deepened since I'd first checked in. One step, then another. My footsteps echoed, hollow and hesitant. The receptionist's desk lay empty now, the chair pushed in with surgical precision, like a stage set frozen mid-scene. I reached out, fingers trembling, and touched the glossy surface of the counter. It was cold, unwelcoming. There was no sign of a key, no hint of a ledger or a guest book. I swallowed again, taste bitter and metallic. The voice came once more, louder, more urgent, "Don't leave." I stopped. My breath caught. Had it been inside my head all along? Or had someone been watching me, waiting for me to understand what I was supposed to do? "Why?" I whispered, the word barely audible. The hallway offered no reply, only the flickering light and the faint hum of an air conditioner struggling to keep up. I turned back toward the lobby, hoping to find some clue, some proof that I wasn't losing my grip. The receptionist sat behind the counter again, perfectly still, eyes empty but focused, fixed on me like a predator studying prey. I stepped closer, heart thudding in my ears. "Look, I don't know what this place is," I said, voice cracking, "but I need to leave. I have to." He didn't move. No flicker of recognition passed over his face. The empty silence stretched between us like a chasm. Then, quietly, he slid a thin piece of paper across the desk toward me. I hesitated, fingers hovering above it. The paper was yellowed, creased, and smelled faintly of old ink and dust. I picked it up carefully, unfolding it to reveal a list of names. None were mine. I scanned the list again, disbelief twisting my stomach. None of the names matched. Not even close. And beneath the names, a single phrase was scrawled in neat, looping handwriting, not on the list. Not aloud. My hand shook, the paper trembling so much I almost dropped it. I looked up, meeting the receptionist's cold stare. "What does this mean? Who put me here?" He didn't answer. Instead, he reached beneath the counter and pulled out a thick binder. With a deliberate slowness that made my skin crawl, he opened it to a page filled with photos, dates, and brief notes. I leaned over, eyes scanning the faces, some familiar, some not, each matched with a date of check-in and check-out. And then it hit me. My photo wasn't there. My name wasn't there. I wasn't registered. I was a ghost, an anomaly. Why? I asked again, voice tight with disbelief. Why am I not on the list? The receptionist's hand hovered over the binder, then slowly closed it. You shouldn't be here, he finally said, voice low and gravelly. You're not supposed to exist here anymore. The words echoed in my mind, as if the walls themselves were repeating them. Not supposed to exist. It wasn't just about the motel. It was about me. My presence here was an error, a glitch in some cruel system I couldn't understand. I backed away, heart pounding, the paper clenched in my fist. The hallway seemed to stretch, elongate, almost breathing around me. The voice wasn't just a sound. It was a command, a trap, a reminder. Don't leave. I felt something shift inside me, a cold realization that this wasn't a place I could just walk away from. The door was locked. The receptionist was the gatekeeper. And I was trapped in a limbo where my own existence was denied. I tried the door again. Locked. No key. No handle. The silence pressed in. Complete silence. Except for that voice, relentless and pleading. Please, don't leave. My legs trembled, breath shallow. I wanted to run. To scream. To disappear like I was supposed to. But deep down, beneath the panic, a stubborn spark fought to stay alive. I wasn't ready to vanish. Not yet. I looked back at the receptionist, who stood and moved toward the door leading deeper into the motel's shadowed halls. His figure blurred in the flickering light, a silent invitation or a warning. I had no choice. I followed. The hallway narrowed, the air growing colder and thicker with each step. The faint smell of mildew and something metallic lingered, like old blood or rusted pipes. My skin prickled, goosebumps rising despite the warmth of the day outside. Where are you leading me? I asked, voice barely a whisper. No answer. The voice followed, faint but persistent, like a thread pulling me forward. Don't leave. I wanted to believe I could still turn back, but the truth settled like a stone in my gut. I was already past the point of no return. The receptionist stopped before a door. He reached out, hesitated, then pressed a button on the wall. A soft click, a mechanical hum. The door swung open. Behind it, darkness. But not empty. Something waited. Inside, he said, voice steady now. I stepped forward. Into the unknown. And as the door closed behind me, the silence swallowed the hallway whole. No escape. Not anymore. The door clicked shut behind me, and the sound was final. Inside, the receptionist's voice still echoed in my ears, steady and cold. But there was no warmth in it, no invitation. Just a statement. A command. I took a step forward, and the floor creaked beneath my foot. The sound was sharp, loud in the silence. My hands trembled, fingers curling into fists. I could almost taste the tension, metallic and bitter, on my tongue. The darkness wasn't empty. I could hear breathing, slow, steady, deliberate. Not mine. Not the receptionist's either. Something else. Something close. I froze. The air shifted. A faint scrape, like nails dragging along concrete, scratched the silence. My skin prickled, every nerve on edge. My heart thudded in my chest, loud enough to drown out the quiet breathing. Who's there? My voice cracked. I swallowed again, trying to sound steady. Show yourself. No reply. Only the breathing. Steady. Patient. Waiting. I reached out, fingertips brushing the rough plaster of the wall. The surface was cold, damp, gritty beneath my skin. I followed it, fingers tracing the edge of the doorframe, searching for a switch, any source of light. A sudden flicker. A single bulb sputtered to life across the room, casting long, jagged shadows. The ceiling was low, stained with watermarks and peeling paint. The air smelled worse here, something rancid, sour, and clinging. I caught it again, the metallic tang of rusted pipes, but stronger, mixed with the bitterness of rot. A shape moved at the edge of the light. I blinked, unsure if it was real or a trick of my eyes. "Please," I said, voice low, "I don't want trouble." No response. The shadow shifted again, more deliberate this time. It wasn't a person, at least, not entirely. There was something wrong about the way it moved, too slow, too quiet, like it was studying me as much as I was watching it. Panic curled in my stomach, but I forced myself to breathe. Slowly. In and out. I needed to think. To understand what this was, why I'd been dragged here. Then I saw it, scratches, deep and jagged, gouged into the wall behind the shadow. Fresh. The plaster crumbled beneath the marks, dust falling like ash. Beneath the scratches, a word was carved, barely legible. Gone. I swallowed. The word echoed in my mind, hollow and strange. Gone. Like I was supposed to be gone. Erased. Forgotten. Behind me, the door rattled, as if someone or something was trying to get in. I spun around, heart hammering, but the hallway was empty. The receptionist was gone. I wasn't alone here. But the staff. The others. They had disappeared, leaving me with this. The shadow moved again, stepping into the flickering light. Now I could see it clearly. It was a man, gaunt and pale, with eyes too wide and dark. His mouth twisted into a thin line. He didn't smile or speak. He just stared. "Why?" I whispered, my voice breaking. "Why am I here?" He tilted his head, slow, like a curious animal. Then he reached out, not with hands, but with something colder, something that sent a shiver through my bones. His fingers brushed my arm, light as a feather, but the touch burned. "Not here," he said, voice barely more than a rasp. "Not yours." I yanked my arm back, stumbling away. The room spun, shadows dancing wildly as the bulb flickered again. I pressed my back to the wall, trying to make sense of the madness swallowing me whole. "Who are you?" I demanded. "What do you want?" He didn't answer. Instead, he stepped closer, and the darkness seemed to gather around him, thickening like smoke. My chest tightened, breath shallow. This wasn't just a motel. Not a place to stay the night. It was a trap. A cage. I had to get out. But the door remained locked, sealed shut like a tomb. I pounded on it, my knuckles raw against the rough wood. "Help. Someone." My voice cracked, raw with terror and frustration. Nothing. The shadow moved again, closer still. I could smell his breath faintly sour, like spoiled milk and decay. "You don't belong here," he whispered, voice cold and final. I swallowed past the lump choking me and pressed my forehead to the wall. The plaster crumbled beneath my skin, gritty and real. I was trapped in a nightmare I couldn't wake from. I thought about the receptionist's cold silence, the way no one ever looked at me, the way I wasn't listed anywhere. The pieces clicked together, sharp and painful. I wasn't supposed to exist here anymore. The shadow's eyes narrowed, and I realized then this wasn't a man trying to hurt me. This was something else. A guardian, maybe. Or a jailer. A last line of defense. Please, I whispered, voice barely audible. I just want to leave. He shook his head slowly. No. The door rattled again, and this time the sound was different. Not locked. Opened from the other side. Relief surged through me, sharp and sudden. I rushed forward, hand outstretched. But as the door swung open, a cold wind blasted in, carrying with it whispers, soft, cruel, impossible to place. The hallway beyond was flooded with light once more, but the receptionist was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a new figure stepped forward. Tall, with eyes like polished stone and a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Welcome back, he said. We've been waiting. My breath hitched. The room spun. The shadow at my back vanished like smoke. And the new presence filled the space, the silence, the darkness, the fear. I had no idea what I'd walked into, or how deep this went. But one thing was clear. I wasn't leaving on my own terms. Not yet. The door closed behind me with a soft click that felt heavier than any slam. For a moment, the silence returned. Not the quiet of a lonely motel at night, but something thicker, pressing, like the weight of 100 unspoken words filling the room. I swallowed hard, my throat dry and raw. Who are you? I asked, voice surprisingly steady despite the tremor running through my limbs. What is this place? He tilted his head, as if considering whether I'd earned the right to know. You don't belong here, he said finally. His voice was calm, but every syllable scraped against my skin like coarse sandpaper. Not anymore. Not since you stopped existing. The words hit me like a punch. Stopped existing. I blinked, trying to make sense of it, but the edges of his meaning blurred and twisted in my mind. The receptionist before him, the locked doors, the endless silence, they weren't just oddities or signs of neglect. This was something else entirely. A trap. A limbo for those who had slipped through the cracks. I took a step back, the rough plaster of the wall scratching my palm as I steadied myself. I'm here. I'm real, I insisted. The room felt suddenly colder, the air thinner, as if the building itself was shrinking around me. I was here yesterday, this morning. There are people out there who know where I am. He shook his head slowly. You've been erased. Not by accident. By design. The world moved on without you. You're a ghost in their reality. The absurdity of the statement should have made me laugh or cry. Instead, I felt a hollow ache settle deep in my chest. The motel's faded carpet beneath my feet looked suddenly like a stage set, flimsy and fragile. I was a character in someone else's story, forgotten before the final act. Why? I whispered. Why would anyone do this? His expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes, a trace of something almost human. Because you know too much. Because you saw something you shouldn't have. Because your existence was a mistake that had to be corrected. I closed my eyes, the taste of dust and stale cigarettes lingering in my mouth. It all made a terrible kind of sense now. The cold shoulder from the receptionist, the locked doors, the endless silence, they were not neglect. They were a warning. A cage. I thought about the nights I'd spent wandering these halls, the endless attempts to get someone to acknowledge me. To let me leave. Each time, the silence grew heavier, thicker, until I felt buried alive inside my own skin. Then what happens now? I asked, voice cracking. Am I just gone? Invisible forever? The man's smile tightened into a thin line. There is a way out. But it's not easy. You have to accept that you're already lost. Only then can you find the door. I shook my head, panic prickling at the edges of my mind. No. I'm not done yet. I'm not invisible. I'm not lost. He stepped aside, gesturing toward the long corridor beyond the lobby. Then walk the halls. Find the names that aren't on the list. Learn why you were erased. Or stay here. Forever. I hesitated, the weight of his words anchoring me in place. Then, slowly, I stepped forward, the floor creaking beneath my boots, the flicker of the overhead lights casting long shadows down the corridor. Rooms lined both sides, their doors closed tight. I pressed my palm against one, the cold metal handle slick with something I couldn't identify. Behind it, silence. No voices. No signs of life. I moved from room to room, checking the door numbers, scribbling names on the back of an old receipt I'd found at the front desk. Each name was crossed out, scratched through as if erased from existence, just like me. I stopped in front of one door, room 12. The name wasn't on the list. I traced my fingers along the chipped paint, the rough grain of the wood beneath the layers. My breath caught. The door was unlocked. I pushed it open, and the room was empty but for a single chair facing the window. The curtains fluttered slightly in the breeze, and outside, the sky bruised purple with the coming dawn. The scent of rain hung in the air, cool and sharp. I sat down, the chair creaking under my weight, and stared out at the fading night. I thought about the people I'd known before all this, their names, their faces, the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones of their voices. Were they really gone too? Or just like me, trapped somewhere between presence and absence? The sun rose slow and pale. I stayed there, waiting, listening to the quiet hum of the motel waking up around me. The receptionist never returned. The stone-eyed man was gone. The silence softened but never fully lifted. I realized then that some things don't end neatly. Some fears don't vanish with the dawn. But others can be carried with you, shaped into something new. I stood up, the chair scraping softly against the floor. I was still erased. Still forgotten by the world outside. But I was no longer invisible to myself. Maybe I wasn't meant to exist here anymore. Maybe I wasn't meant to leave on my own terms. But I was still here. Still breathing. Still fighting. And that was enough. Outside, a dog barked somewhere in the distance. The old motel's faded sign creaked in the morning breeze. I pulled my jacket tighter around me and stepped back into the corridor, ready to walk the halls again. The unknown was still waiting. But so was I. Story 2, miles behind, the unblinking pursuer. I didn't mean to drive that late. The highway was simple, really. 2 lanes in each direction, divided by a faded yellow stripe that wobbled like a heartbeat. The asphalt had those tiny cracks filled with tar, the kind that give off a faint smell of burnt sugar when the heat presses down. That smell, sharp and sticky, lingered in the air, tarried through the cracked window as the breeze pushed stale city air away. I was tired, rubbing my eyes in that half-conscious way you do when you've been staring at the road too long. The dashboard clock blinked 11:37 p.m. That's when I noticed the car behind me. Not a blur of headlights, not a distant tail light blinking on and off like a firefly in the dark. It was steady. Consistent. Exactly a mile back. I glanced in the rearview mirror. A black sedan, headlights full beam, but not glaring, more patient than aggressive. I thought maybe it was just another driver on the same route, but as the miles ticked by, the strange pattern set in. Every mile, every curve, Every slight bend in the road, the car followed exactly. Not a second faster, not a second slower. It never tried to overtake me or fall behind. Just mile for mile. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe a cop, or someone just as tired as I was, pacing themselves. I even tried speeding up. The car matched my pace. I slowed down. The car slowed down. It was like some silent game of shadow and light played out under the empty sky. I rubbed my hand over the steering wheel, feeling the leather's grain. My fingers trembled slightly, or maybe that was just the cold sneaking in through the cracked window. I wanted to believe it was all in my head. I told myself I was reading too much into it, that the dark plays tricks on your mind. But the highway was deserted and the night was thick, the kind of thick that presses against your skin and makes you aware of every sound. The hum of the engine, the distant buzz of an insect somewhere unseen, the occasional rustle of wind through dry brush. And the car behind me. Always there. I caught myself glancing more often, my neck stiffening with each turn. The headlights didn't flash. No signals. No movement. Just that steady distance. At mile marker 73 I saw the gas station sign flicker in the distance. One of those old-fashioned places, with a single pump in a building that looked like it hadn't changed since the 70s. A yellow light buzzed overhead, casting a sickly glow on the cracked concrete lot. The kind of place you remember from road trip stories but wouldn't want to stop at after dark. I pulled up the highway, the tires crunching against gravel as I came to a slow stop by the pump. The car behind me did the same, pulling in just a few spaces over, headlights dimming to parking lights. I stared for a moment, waiting for the driver to step out, to say something, to move. But the car stayed still. Empty. Or so I thought. The scent of gasoline hit me first, sharp and chemical, mixed with the faint mustiness of old rubber mats. The air here felt colder. The hum of the highway faded, replaced by silence that seemed almost unnatural. I looked up at the building. The flickering light above the door buzzed erratically, casting shadows that danced like nervous animals on the peeling paint. I stepped out and headed inside. The bell above the door jingled, a small, brittle sound, like a cautious warning. Behind the counter sat a man, thin and pale, with a stained baseball cap pulled low over tired eyes. I noticed the slow blinking of a fluorescent light overhead and the faint smell of coffee mixed with something sour, maybe old sweat or the remnants of a long day. "Evening," I said, my voice sounding louder than I expected in the quiet space. He looked up, startled, then gave a small nod. "Evening," he replied. His voice was rough, like gravel scraped underfoot. I asked if anyone else had stopped by recently, if he'd seen the black sedan parked outside. He frowned, shaking his head slowly. "No one," he said. "Haven't had a car pull in for hours. Quiet night." I blinked, then glanced back out the window to the parking lot. The black sedan was still there, but now I was uncertain if anyone was inside. The windows were dark, reflecting the flickering gas station light like a mirror. I couldn't see movement. I couldn't hear doors opening or closing. Just the faint hiss of the neon sign struggling to stay lit. "Must be the night then," I said, forcing a smile. I could have sworn someone was following me. The attendant shrugged, tapping his fingers on the counter. "Highway's empty. Not much traffic at this hour." I nodded, feeling the weight of all those empty miles pressing against my chest. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the cracked window panes, carrying with it the distant sound of an owl or maybe a crow. I shivered, the temperature dropping faster than before. The cold seemed to seep into my bones. I stepped outside to fill the tank, the fuel pump's handle cold and rough in my hands. The hum of my car's engine stopped as I turned the key off. Silence returned. Complete silence. The black sedan's headlights flickered once, then went dark. I looked up sharply, heart thudding against ribs like a frantic drum. I blinked. Nothing. Just the empty lot and the gas station's flickering light, the cracked concrete stretching out beneath my feet. I didn't like it. Not one bit. But I told myself I was imagining things. That I was tired. That I needed to get back on the road and out of this place. Still, I glanced back toward the highway, feeling eyes on me even though no one was there. The night was waiting. The cold didn't let up. I stepped back inside, the door's chimes sounding unnaturally loud in the near-empty store. The attendant, a thin man with a gaunt face and eyes too bright for the dim light, looked up from his register. He didn't smile. Didn't even blink fast. Just stared. "You're the first person here in hours," he said, voice low and flat. "No one's come through since before dusk." I forced a smile, but it felt brittle, like cracking plaster. "That's strange," I said. "I just saw a car outside. Followed me, actually." His eyes narrowed. "No cars. Not for hours." I blinked. The words hung heavy between us. "Are you sure?" "Positive." He tapped the counter. "You're the first in a while." I glanced at the payphone in the corner. Dead. No dial tone. The flickering light overhead made it look like the whole place was barely hanging on. "Any chance you saw what kind of car?" I asked. He shrugged, eyes shifting away. "No one." Like I said. I swallowed hard. If that car hadn't passed through, then who or what had been following me? The thought prickled at the back of my neck, cold and insistent. I didn't want to admit that whatever it was had been patient, deliberate, shadowing me without moving past. No one would tail a stranger for miles just for fun. I grabbed a bottle of water and some snacks, hoping the mundane might settle my nerves. The plastic crinkled loudly in the quiet. I tried to focus on the mundane, the taste of the water, the rough texture of the label under my fingers, but my mind kept drifting back to the highway. I asked the attendant if the station had any surveillance cameras. His eyes flicked to the ceiling, then back down. "Old ones," he said. "But they've been broken for a while." That explained the emptiness outside. No footage, no record, no witnesses. I left the store, the chill hitting me like a slap. The wind had picked up, carrying with it the faint scent of gasoline mixed with something else, damp earth, maybe, or decaying leaves. I squinted down the highway, half expecting to see headlights flicker again. Nothing. I decided to check my car, the one I'd been driving for hours. The engine was cold, the interior heavy with the stale smell of sweat and old leather. I ran my fingers along the dashboard, the vinyl cool beneath my skin. I tried the radio. Static. I sat inside, doors locked, staring out at the dark stretch of road. The silence pressed in, thick and suffocating. Every creak of the car settling sounded like a footstep in the night. I thought about calling someone, anyone, but my phone showed no signal. Not even a flicker. The gas station was a dead zone. Perfect for disappearing. I kept replaying the drive in my mind. The sedan behind me, mile for mile, matching every turn and every speed change but never passing. What was the point? Watching. Waiting? Or something worse? A sudden movement caught my eye out of the corner of my vision, a shadow flitting between the trees lining the road. I blinked hard. Probably a raccoon or a stray cat. The night was full of those things. But it didn't feel normal. Not here. Not now. I grabbed my jacket and stepped out, deciding I needed to stretch my legs, clear my head. The cold air hit me full force. Each breath burned my lungs. I walked toward the edge of the gas station's parking lot, eyes scanning the tree line. The wind whispered through the branches, sounding almost like voices. I shook my head. I needed to stop imagining things. Then I saw it, a set of tire tracks pressed into the dirt shoulder beside the road. Fresh. Deep. Leading toward the gas station, then veering off into the woods at a sharp angle. I crouched down, fingertips brushing the damp soil. The tracks were wide, too wide for my compact car. They looked recent, the edges still sharp, not yet crumbled by wind or rain. My pulse quickened. Someone had been here. Someone who didn't want to be seen. Someone who'd left no other sign. I stood and looked back toward the highway. The empty stretch of asphalt shone faintly in the moonlight, the road signs blurred by distance. I had to know more. I walked back to the station, ready to ask the attendant more questions. Maybe call the sheriff. But when I pushed the door open, the store was darker. The flickering light was out. The place smelled stale, colder, like it hadn't been used in days. Hello? I called out, voice cracking slightly. No answer. I moved inside, the floor creaking beneath my boots. The counter was the same, but the man was gone. No sign of him. The cash register was open, empty. I frowned. That wasn't right. I stepped outside again, heart thumping. The wind had picked up even more, tugging at my jacket, carrying a faint, metallic scent that made my stomach twist. Then I saw the sedan parked just beyond the gas station, half hidden by a tree. The headlights were off. The engine was silent. I held my breath, chest tight. The door on the driver's side slowly creaked open. A figure stepped out. Tall. Thin. Dressed in dark clothes that blended with the night. Their face was hidden in shadow. They looked straight at me. And then, without a word, they started walking toward me. I wanted to run. I wanted to slam the car door and speed away. But my legs felt rooted, frozen in place by something deeper than fear. The night was waiting. And I was no longer alone. The figure didn't stop. They kept coming, each step deliberate, slow, like they were savoring the moment or waiting for me to decide if I wanted to run or stand my ground. I couldn't breathe. My chest tightened so much it felt like a vice. The cold night air hit me sharp, but sweat pulled along my back anyway. I forced my legs to move. Back a step. Then another. My boots scraped against gravel, but the sound was swallowed by the wind, or maybe just my thumping heart. The figure's face stayed buried in shadow, but I caught the gleam of their eyes, empty but sharp, like a predator's. Who are you? My voice cracked, almost a whisper. I wasn't sure if I wanted an answer or just to break the silence. They stopped a few feet away. The street lamp flickered overhead, throwing their face into brief, jagged relief. Too pale. Too still. And those eyes, they weren't just watching. They were reading me, peeling back layers I didn't know I had. You can't leave, the figure said finally, voice low and steady, like a lecture rather than a threat. I blinked, confused. Why? What do you mean? The night stretched tight between us, the wind picking up again, carrying that same metallic scent from before. It wasn't the smell of rust or fresh rain, it was something else, sharper, colder. It made the back of my throat itch. You think this is about a car following you, they said, voice calm but unnerving, but it's not. It's about the road you chose. The point where there's no turning back. I swallowed hard, heart pounding differently now, not just fear, but something else. Anger, maybe. Or stubbornness. Look, I don't know what game you're playing, but I'm leaving. Right now. They stepped closer, and I noticed the faint sound of their breath. Even in the cold, it was warm and steady. Too steady. No, they said. You're part of this now. Whether you like it or not. I glanced back at my car, parked under the weak glow of the street lamp. The door was still open, waiting for me to jump in and escape. But the road beyond was dark and empty. The highway stretched on like a black ribbon, endless and unforgiving. The figure turned slightly, glancing toward the gas station. That place, they said, isn't what it seems. No one passed through because no one is allowed. I frowned. Allowed? By who? They smiled, a quick, unpleasant twitch that didn't reach their eyes. By the ones who watch. The ones who decide who moves and who stays. My mind spun. I wanted to argue, to say this made no sense, but the truth was, I didn't know what to believe anymore. The empty gas station. The silent highway. The car that followed me mile for mile without overtaking. It all felt like a trap. Look, I said, voice steadier now, if this is some kind of joke, it's not funny. I'm just trying to get home. They shook their heads slowly. You already passed the point of no return. You can't go back to how things were. The highway changes people. It takes what it needs. A sudden noise made me jump, a low rumble, distant but growing. The wind shifted, carrying a faint but unmistakable sound of tires on pavement. Not from the highway, but from the small dirt road leading away from the gas station. The figure's eyes flicked toward the sound. You hear that? They said. It's coming. Panic surged through me. I wanted to run to the car, lock the doors, and speed away into the night. But my feet felt glued to the gravel. Who's coming? I asked, voice tight. Does it matter? The figure's gaze bore into me. They're the reason you're here. And they don't like visitors. The rumble grew louder, followed by the faint crunch of gravel under tires. I scanned the darkness beyond the gas station, trying to make out shapes, anything. The headlights weren't visible yet, but the sound was close. I took a step back, heart hammering. The figure advanced, blocking my path again, calm and unyielding. You can't escape, they said. The headlights finally appeared, a pair of bright beams slicing through the night, moving fast but not reckless. As the vehicle approached, I caught a glimpse of the driver, a man with a hard face, eyes sharp and calculating. His car slowed just enough to signal he knew I was there, but he didn't stop. You probably think I'm imagining things. The figure beside me smiled again, that same cold twitch. Your ride isn't coming. You're on your own. I swallowed hard, trying to keep my voice steady. Why me? Why here? Because you looked back, they said. Because you noticed. A chill ran down my spine. I thought about the endless miles on that highway, the feeling of being watched, the car that followed me but never passed. The gas station that wasn't really a pit stop. I realized then that I hadn't just stumbled into a strange situation. I'd stepped into something bigger, something I didn't understand but couldn't escape. The headlights faded into the distance. The rumble disappeared. The silence returned, thick and suffocating. I looked at the figure one last time. What now? They tilted their head, eyes gleaming. Now, you decide if you keep moving forward or if you surrender to the road. I glanced back at my car. The door still hung open, a silent invitation. But the night had grown colder, darker, less forgiving. and the highway had already made its choice. I took a deep breath, the metallic scent sharp in my nostrils. There was no turning back. Not anymore. The figure stepped aside, melting back into the shadows beneath the flickering street lamp. I slid into the driver's seat, hands trembling on the wheel. The engine turned over, slow and reluctant. And then I pulled away, the road swallowing me whole. The road was still, but the night had thickened around me like a shroud. I told myself to keep driving. Forward. Movement meant safety, right? The highway stretched ahead, a narrow ribbon slicing through fields that smelled of damp earth and dying grass. Somewhere, a distant dog barked twice, sharp and sudden, then silence. Complete silence. I tried to ground myself, to shake the gnawing feeling that something was wrong. The car's engine thrummed beneath me, steady but strained, like it was holding its breath too. My mind replayed the conversation. Now, you decide if you keep moving forward or surrender to the road. The words echoed, a dare or a warning, I wasn't sure which. And what did that even mean? Surrender to the road? I didn't have much choice. I couldn't stop. Then, headlights. Faint at first, like a pair of glowing eyes blinking awake in the distance. They flickered on and off, like a broken signal, but they were coming closer. Mile for mile. That same car. The one that had been behind me all along, never overtaking, always just out of reach. My breath hitched. The prickle of panic blossomed in my chest. Why hadn't it passed me? Why was it still there? Following me? I slowed. The highway was empty, no other cars, no signs of life except for the occasional blink of a distant porch light far off in the dark. I took the exit for the next gas station, hoping for a glimpse of humanity, some friendly face, something to break the suffocating quiet. The lot was empty. Not a single car. No humming neon sign, no tinkling bell. Just the faint whiff of gasoline and oil, mixed with the sharp metallic taste of cold air. I parked near the pumps, the engine's rumble dwindling to a low growl before dying out altogether. Inside the station, the fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, flickering unevenly. The attendant sat behind the counter, a thin man with a face carked from exhaustion. His eyes barely lifted as I entered. "Hey," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Has anyone come through here in the last few hours?" He blinked, slow as molasses. "You're the first," he said finally. Nothing but crickets and wind. "You sure you're on the right road?" I swallowed hard. "Yeah. Highway 47. I've been driving for hours." He shrugged. "Doesn't mean much. A lot of folks avoid this stretch at night." His gaze flicked to the window, where the parking lot lay empty, save for a lone, rusted bike chained to a pole. "Look, I know this sounds strange," I said, "but there's been someone following me. Mile for mile. But no one's been here all night." "How's that possible?" The man's eyes narrowed, his jaw tightening. "You sure you ain't imagining things?" I hated how that sounded. Like I was losing it. But I couldn't lie. The feeling of being watched, hunted even, was too real. Too raw under my skin. He stood up slowly, walked over to the window, and peered out into the dark. "You want me to check outside?" "Please." We stepped out together. The cold night air slapped at my face, sharp and biting. The man's flashlight cut a narrow path across the asphalt, but there was nothing. No car. No footprints. No sign of another soul. "Look, I'm telling you, I don't know what to say," he muttered. "No one's been here. No one's been on this road for hours. You're alone." I looked back toward the highway, the black ribbon vanishing into the distance. No headlights. No following car. But I knew better. The man's eyes met mine, haunted and hollow. Maybe you need to call someone. A friend. Family. Someone who can help. I shook my head. No signal. My phone's dead. The words tasted bitter. He frowned, then reached behind the counter and pulled out an old, clunky payphone. You can try the payphone if you want. Might get better service. I nodded, stepping over to the cold metal receiver. The cord was stiff, the button sticky. I dialed, fingers trembling. The line crackled, but no one answered. Just static, followed by a click. The hair on the back of my neck prickled. I pulled the receiver away, the silence loud in my ears. Maybe you should rest here for a while, the man suggested. Wait for dawn. I wanted to argue, but the exhaustion was overwhelming. My limbs felt leaden, my thoughts sluggish. Something about that suggestion made the hairs on my arms stand on end, but I knew I couldn't drive any further, not like this. I settled onto a cracked vinyl stool by the counter, the cold seeping through the thin fabric of my jacket. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the windows, carrying with it a faint whisper, words I couldn't make out, like the road itself was speaking. I glanced at the clock behind the counter. 2:17 a.m. I thought about the figure beneath the flickering street lamp, the way they had looked at me, their eyes gleaming with something I couldn't name. Something that wasn't quite human, but not supernatural either. Just wrong. What's your name? I asked the attendant quietly. He hesitated. Ray. Ray, I repeated, trying to anchor myself. Have you lived here long? Long enough, he said. Seen things no one wants to talk about. The words hung between us like smoke. What kind of things? I asked. He looked away, voice dropping to a whisper. People follow the road. Some never leave. Others, they change. The highway doesn't just take you where you want to go. Sometimes it takes you somewhere else. I swallowed hard, the taste of cold metal rising in my throat. Ray glanced toward the door, then back at me. You said the car was behind you, right? Never passed? I nodded. That's bad, he said. Means whoever's out there isn't just driving. They're waiting. Watching. Playing their own game. A sudden chill ran through me. I glanced outside. The lot was still empty, yet the feeling of eyes on me grew heavier by the second. Why haven't they come in here? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. Ray shrugged. Maybe they don't need to. Maybe the road itself brings them to you. I shivered. The fluorescent light flickered violently, casting long shadows that twisted like fingers across the cracked linoleum. Suddenly, a noise. Soft. At first I thought it was the wind, but then a scrape. Metal against concrete. Slow. Deliberate. My head jerked toward the window. A dark shape lingered just beyond the edge of the parking lot, half hidden behind the gas pumps. The shape didn't move, but the scrape came again, faint but unmistakable. Ray's eyes narrowed. You see that? I nodded, breath catching in my throat. The shape shifted, then retreated into the darkness beyond the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows reach. Ray grabbed the edge of the counter, knuckles white. You need to leave. Now! The highway was quieter than ever under the heavy cloak of night. I sat behind the wheel, the engine ticking softly as it cooled, the gas station's flickering sign casting a weak, yellow glow over the cracked asphalt. I could almost taste the dust in the dry air, a bitter, gritty reminder that I'd been driving for hours. My hands rested on the steering wheel, trembling slightly, though I wasn't sure if it was from exhaustion or the strange weight of the night pressing down on me. I glanced to the side mirror again, the reflex impossible to shake. No shadow, no headlights. Nothing except the empty stretch of road behind me. The car that had been following me, mile for mile, had vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. The gas station lot was deserted, just a lone attendant sitting behind the counter, half buried in shadows, flicking a cigarette ash into a battered tin tray. "You're sure no one's been through here for hours?" I asked, my voice uneven, catching me off guard with its own sharpness. It felt like asking a question I already knew the answer to. He shrugged, voice low and rough. "Not a soul. You're the first in a long time. This place usually sees more traffic, but tonight's different." He looked at me like I was nuts, maybe even dangerous. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my breath. The man's indifference was unsettling, like he'd heard the stories and didn't care, or maybe he'd seen too much himself. The air inside the station was thick with the smell of motor oil and stale coffee. I pulled the door open, the bell above tinkling faintly, a brittle sound that seemed out of place in the silence. "Look, I know how this sounds," I said, coughing lightly to clear my throat, but there was a car right behind me. I saw it for miles. It never passed, just kept pace. And now it's gone. Do you think I'm losing my mind? The attendant's eyes flicked toward the window, then back to me, his expression unreadable. Maybe you're just tired. Or maybe you imagined it. These roads play tricks on you when the night's deep and the mind's restless. I wanted to argue, to tell him what I saw, the steady beam of headlights, the way the car mirrored every move, the way my stomach knotted tight whenever I glanced back. But the words stuck in my throat. Could I really trust what I'd seen? Or was it some cruel game my mind had invented to keep me awake? I stepped outside again, the cold night air hitting my face like a slap, sharp and real. The stars overhead were pinpricks of indifferent light, distant and cold. Somewhere, a dog barked, sharp, urgent, then faded into the darkness. The scent of dry pine and warmed asphalt mingled in the stillness, grounding me. I walked over to my own car, running my fingers along the door. The metal was cool, smooth, real. No dents, no scratches. Nothing to suggest someone had been tailing me like a shadow. My breath puffed out in soft clouds, the rhythm of it steadying my nerves. Was it just me, then? A trick of exhaustion? Or something else? I decided to call it in. The attendant let me use the payphone behind the counter, an ancient thing with a cracked handset and a cord tangled like a spider's web. My fingers fumbled with the rotary dial. The line was scratchy, the voice on the other end tired but polite. I told them about the car, the driving, the empty highway. The dispatcher's sigh was almost audible. "Sir, this route hasn't seen much traffic in hours," the woman said. "You're not the first to call about seeing a car that wasn't really there. Happens sometimes. Drivers get spooked. Night plays tricks." I hung up, the line clicking dead in my ear. The words felt hollow, a weak balm to the gnawing unease that had settled in my chest. The attendant lit another cigarette, the flame briefly illuminating his face. "You gonna be all right?" he asked quietly, watching me. I nodded, though I wasn't convinced. "I'll be fine," I said. "Just going to get some rest." I climbed back in the car, the seatbelt clicking into place. As I pulled out of the lot, the headlights of an empty road stretched ahead, a ribbon of black disappearing into the stars. I kept my eyes on the rearview mirror, half expecting the car to reappear. It didn't. Driving away, I felt the weight of the night begin to lift, like a fog burning off at dawn. The highway was empty, silent, forgiving. The strange presence that had clung to me vanished as if it had never been there. When I finally reached the edge of town, the streetlights bathed the pavement in a warm orange glow, and I allowed myself to breathe deeply, the tension loosening in my shoulders. Later, in my small apartment, I sat by the window, the city's hum a gentle lullaby. I poured a glass of water, the cool liquid settling quietly in my stomach. The memory of the road flickered through my mind, not as a ghost story or a nightmare, but as a reminder of something I couldn't quite explain. That night had changed me, or maybe it had just peeled back a layer I hadn't noticed before. I realized I was tired of running, not just from whatever that car was, but from the parts of myself I'd been avoiding. The fear, the uncertainty, the loneliness that had wrapped around me tighter than any shadow. I opened a journal, the pages rough beneath my fingers, and began to write. Each word felt like a small step back into the light, a claim on my own story. The highway wasn't just a place where something strange happened. It was a boundary I'd crossed, and now I was on the other side. Morning came with the smell of rain on dry earth and the soft chirp of birds waking up. I stood by the window and watched the world stretch and yawn, the night's weight finally lifting from my chest. The road behind me was empty, but I wasn't. I was here, and I was ready to move forward. Story 3, Forest of Impossible Paths, Unseen Knowledge Among Hikers. I never imagined the woods could feel so quiet. Not just the usual hush of trees swaying or the distant calls of birds, but something heavier, like the silence was holding its breath. My mind raced with possibilities. We'd been hiking for nearly 2 hours along the ridge trail, the air crisp and sharp from last night's rain, and still, that silence gnawed at me. I was trailing behind the group, the way I usually do. Not because I didn't want to keep up, but because I liked to watch the trail unwind beneath my boots, notice the way the roots broke through the earth or how the moss clung damply to the bark. There was comfort in that small scrutiny, a way to stay grounded when everything else felt unsteady. The others had gone ahead, voices fading into the distance as they debated something about the best place to camp. I caught bits here and there: water source, flat ground, 2 miles. I didn't really care. My mind was elsewhere, drifting back to the last few days before this trip. The part where I told myself that maybe, just maybe, this time I could keep my past locked away. That it could be mine alone. That thought was laughable now. A twig cracked underfoot, sharp and sudden enough to snap me out of my spiraling thoughts. I looked up. No one. Just the forest, stretching on in all directions, the sky above a muted gray, veins of cloud thick and low. Dampness hung in the air, smelling like wet earth and pine needles, a scent I usually liked but now found unsettling for reasons I couldn't explain. I shoved my hands into my jacket pockets and quickened my pace, catching up with the others just as they stopped by a fork in the trail. Maya, the unofficial leader of our little group, had her hands on her hips, scanning the map like it was a cryptic puzzle. "Okay, so we go left if we want to hit that creek before sundown," she said, voice clear and confident. Jason, who was always good at reading the terrain, shook his head. "But the left path's steeper. We'll lose time. Right's gentler, and there's a clearing I found last year, perfect for tents." I caught a glimpse of Annie, who'd been quiet so far, standing a bit apart, her eyes flicking between Maya and Jason like she was weighing something. I cleared my throat, stepping closer, hoping to sound casual. "Maybe we should just follow the creek. Water's good to have nearby." I tried to keep my voice light, but it came out a little tighter than I wanted. Maya glanced at me, then at the others. "Water's good, sure. But we don't want to be stuck with soggy ground all night." Her gaze lingered on me for a beat longer than necessary. I noticed. Probably just my imagination. Jason shrugged. "Either way, we'll figure it out." The conversation drifted, and I let my eyes wander. A cluster of bright orange mushrooms peeked out from the base of a tree. I knelt, brushing away leaves to get a better look. The dampness made the dirt cling between my fingers, cold and gritty. I liked that, something real, something tangible. Then Annie's voice broke through, soft but deliberate. "Hey, have you ever told anyone about what happened when you were in college? The thing with your roommate?" I froze, the dirt in my palms suddenly grainy and dry as if the ground itself had shifted beneath me. For a moment, I thought I misheard. "What?" I managed, trying to keep my voice even. Maya and Jason exchanged a glance, subtle but loaded. Annie repeated, "You know, that night you disappeared for 2 days. Everyone thought you'd left the dorm. But you didn't, did you?" I swallowed hard, the lump in my throat tightening. "How did they?" I searched their faces, looking for a flicker of hesitation, a sign this was a joke or a misunderstanding. Nothing. They were watching me, expectant. I don't know what you mean," I said, voice cracking a little. I forced a laugh. "That was years ago. Why bring it up now?" Annie shrugged, but there was a glint in her eyes like she was measuring my reaction. "Just curious. Thought it was weird how you never said a word about it." Jason stepped forward, arms crossed, his tone casual but firm. "We all have things we keep hidden. But you don't have to carry it alone." I blinked, a cold sweat prickling my neck. "How do you know about any of that?" "I never told you." Maya's smile was thin. "We know more than you think. It's why we brought you along." A sudden breeze stirred the leaves, sending a shower of damp fragments down around us. The woods seemed to lean in closer, the shadows deepening beneath the gray sky. I looked at each of them again. There was no malice, not exactly. But something else. A quiet certainty, like they held cards I hadn't seen. The kind you don't want to play, but have no choice. I wanted to say something, anything, to break the silence. Instead, my voice caught in my throat. The trail behind us looked narrower, the trees crowding closer. I felt the weight of all those secrets pressing in, turning the air thick. Maybe it was the damp. Maybe it was the way the wind carried their words, sharp and clear, into the quiet. Or maybe it was the realization that my past wasn't mine anymore. And the woods were watching. Every shadow seemed alive, whispering truths I wasn't ready to face. The wind had dropped to a faint murmur, but the trees still swayed as if reluctant to let us go. I stood at the edge of the path, the damp soil sinking slightly beneath my boots. The air smelled of wet pine and something sharper, like crushed moss and old bark. The sky above was a dull slate, the kind that promises rain but never quite delivers. I could hear the faint snap of twigs behind me, maybe from one of the others shifting their weight. Silence was thick, but not quite complete. Maya's words echoed inside my head, smooth but edged with something I couldn't place. "We know more than you think. It's why we brought you along." The statement wasn't a threat, not directly, but it was a line drawn in the dirt. I wasn't sure if I was supposed to cross it or turn back. I looked at the three faces around me, Maya, of course, with her sharp eyes that missed nothing, Jonah, who had been quiet but whose glance now held a new weight, and Lena, whose smile was quick but didn't reach her eyes. They were measuring me. Like I was a puzzle they'd spent years putting together, and this trip was the final piece. "Why?" My voice was rough, as if I'd been holding it down too long. "How do you know all this?" Jonah shrugged, but there was a twitch at the corner of his mouth that told me he was enjoying this too much. "You think your past is private?" "Nothing stays buried. Not anymore. Not in this age." I swallowed hard. The phrase hit me like a cold slap. That doesn't make sense. I haven't shared those things with you. None of you. No, Maya said, her voice softer now, but every word deliberate. You didn't have to. We found them. Her fingers brushed a branch, the dry leaves crackling under her touch. Everything. Photos, messages, records. Public and private. We pieced together your life. It's all out there, if you know where to look. I glanced down at my hands, feeling suddenly exposed. It was absurd, really. I'd always assumed my secrets were safe because I kept them close, buried under layers of distance and forgetfulness. But here, in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by people who apparently knew more about me than I did myself, the idea of privacy felt like a fragile illusion. Lena stepped forward, looking me straight in the eyes. We didn't come here to scare you. Not exactly. We wanted to see how you'd handle it. How you'd react when the past isn't just a story you tell yourself. I shook my head, trying to clear the fog that was settling behind my eyes. And what if I don't want to handle it? What if I want to stop this right now? Then you can turn back, Jonas said, his voice low. But we're already too far in. The trail's only going to get harder from here. You can't unsee what you've seen. I wanted to ask what that meant, but the words caught in my throat again. Instead, I looked toward the path ahead. The trees thickened, the branches twisting together like fingers. The light was fading fast. Maya broke the silence. We'll camp up ahead. We need to talk, really talk. You need to understand why this matters. The forest felt colder as we moved forward, the underbrush crunching beneath our boots. I kept listening for any signs of movement, an animal, maybe, or someone else on the trail. But there was only the sound of breathing, steady and uneven, and the occasional rustle of leaves. As we walked, I tried to catch their eyes, searching for cracks in the calm expressions. But they were all masks, carefully worn. I wondered if any of them had secrets I didn't know. Maybe they were just as trapped as I was. Or maybe they were the ones holding the leash. Crazy, right? The trail curved sharply downward, and I stumbled on a hidden route. My knee scraped against the rough bark of a tree trunk. The pain was sharp, immediate, grounding me in the moment. I looked up to find Maya watching me, her face unreadable. Careful, she said. This part's tricky. Then, softer, as if sharing a confidence, you're not the only one who's been caught off guard. I frowned. What do you mean? She didn't answer. Instead, she glanced back the way we'd come. The shadows seemed deeper there, like the forest was swallowing the path whole. For a moment, I thought I saw a flicker of movement, a flash of something dark, but when I blinked, it was gone. We reached a small clearing just as the last light slipped away. The air was cooler here, damp and heavy. I could taste the faint tang of earth and decay, mixed with the sharp scent of pine needles crushed underfoot. Jonah pulled out a small flashlight, its beam cutting a narrow swath through the gloom. Let's set up camp, he said. His voice was steady, but I caught a note of urgency beneath it. We'll need to talk before morning. I nodded, but my hands trembled as I pulled out my pack. The scrape on my knee stung more than I expected, and I rubbed it absently, trying to focus. Maya crouched beside me, her eyes scanning the edges of the clearing. You're in deeper than you realize, she said quietly. And there are people watching. I swallowed again, a cold knot tightening in my stomach. Who? She shook her head. Not who. What? The past you thought was private isn't just out there, it's alive. And it's waiting. The night closed in around us, thick and suffocating. The trees whispered their secrets in the wind, and I wondered how much longer I could pretend to be in control. Every step forward felt like falling deeper into a trap I hadn't even seen being set. Jonah's flashlight flickered once, twice, then steadied. I looked up, meeting his eyes, and for a moment, something flickered there, a warning, maybe, or a challenge. "We don't have much time," he said. "You're going to have to trust us, or you'll never get out of this forest the same." I wanted to argue, to demand answers. Instead, I just nodded, the weight of their knowledge pressing down like the dark itself. And somewhere, just beyond the trees, I heard footsteps that didn't belong to any of us. The footsteps stopped. Jonah's flashlight beam swung slowly, scanning the underbrush, tracing shadows that didn't belong. "They're close," he said, voice low but steady. "Closer than we thought." I wanted to tell him to stop talking, to stop drawing attention to us. But my mouth was dry, stuck in the thinnest layer of skin. The silence pressed down, thick, like the heavy dampness in the air that clung to my clothes and skin. "We need to move," Maya said, her voice sharper than before. "No more quiet warnings, no more riddles. Now!" I nodded because I didn't have a choice. There was no turning back, no retracing our steps. The trail behind us was fading fast, swallowed by darkness and uncertainty. As we moved, the forest seemed to close in tighter, the trees leaning closer like they were eavesdropping. Every snap of a branch made me jump, every rustle in the leaves set my nerves on edge. I could taste the bitterness of fear, metallic and raw, at the back of my throat. The air smelled of wet earth and something else, something faintly chemical, like old paint or fading memories. I glanced over at Maya. Her jaw was set, eyes sharp in the flashlight's glow. She was no longer the easy companion from the first day, the one who cracked jokes and shared stories. This was someone else, someone ardent, calculating. I wondered when the change had happened, if I'd missed the moment entirely. Jonah stayed close behind, stepping silently, eyes darting around like he expected to see shadows peeling off the trees and coming after us. "There's no way out," he said suddenly, voice flat like he was stating a fact, not trying to scare me. "Not the way we came. The path is cut off. The bridge collapsed 2 miles back." My stomach lurched. I knew the trail map we had was outdated, but I hadn't imagined it was this bad. "So what? We have to keep going deeper?" My voice cracked, betraying the panic I was trying to swallow. Maya didn't answer right away. Instead, she pulled out her phone, the screen lighting up with a faint glow against the dark. "No signal," she muttered. "Nothing." She tossed it back into her pack. That was when I realized something else. Their packs were lighter than mine. Almost empty. They'd come prepared, but with what? I couldn't shake the feeling that there was a plan I wasn't part of. A plan that involved me, but not in a way I wanted. We reached a clearing, moonlight cutting through the canopy in thin silver slashes. The air was colder here, and the silence was different, almost expectant, like the forest was waiting for something to happen. I could hear my own breathing, uneven and shallow, and the crunch of gravel beneath my boots. Maya stopped and turned to me. "We know why you came here," she said quietly, eyes boring into mine. "Not just for the hike. Not just to escape." I blinked, trying to keep my expression neutral. "I'm here because I wanted to get away. That's all." She shook her head slowly. "That's not what we heard. Not from your ex, not from your old neighbor, not from—" "Enough," Jonah cut in, stepping forward, his voice low but firm. "This isn't about rumors or gossip. It's about what you did, what you tried to bury. And now, it's all out." My heart hammered. I couldn't breathe. The secrets I held so tightly, the ones I never told a soul, were laid bare between us like fragile glass shards. I wanted to scream, to run back the way we came, but the cold truth settled over me. There was no escape. It was supposed to stay buried, I whispered, voice breaking. I didn't want anyone to know. But we did, Maya said. We always knew. And now, so do they. Them? I asked, my voice hoarse. Jonah glanced toward the edge of the clearing where the trees thickened, their dark shapes hiding the unknown. People who don't want your past to stay quiet. People who have been watching you a long time. A sudden rustle from the shadows made me spin around. Something moved, just a blur, but enough to make my skin crawl. The forest wasn't empty. It never had been. Maya stepped closer, voice low and urgent. You're not just a target because of what you did. You're a key. And if you don't cooperate, they'll make sure you disappear. I swallowed the lump in my throat and took a trembling step forward. Disappear how? Lost in the wilderness, Jonas said grimly. Cut off from everything. No one finds you. No one remembers you. I looked down at my boots, the dirt smeared across the worn leather, and suddenly the trail seemed endless and cruel. I had no idea who these people were or why they cared so much about me. But one thing was clear, I couldn't turn back. I was already too deep. Maya's eyes flicked to the sky, where the moon was half hidden behind drifting clouds. We're past the point of no return. Whatever you thought you had, privacy, safety, it's gone. I wanted to argue, to fight, but my voice caught in my throat. Instead, I nodded, the weight of everything pressing down on me like the dark itself. The forest whispered around us, its secrets alive and watching. And somewhere, just beyond the trees, I heard those footsteps again, closer this time. They quickened, a reminder that the night held more dangers than we'd imagined. The footsteps grew louder. Jonah's voice cut through the silence, low and steady but with an edge I hadn't heard before. You're not getting out by turning back. Not now. His eyes didn't waver from me, dark and unreadable, but something in his posture, like a coiled spring, made me uneasy. Maya stepped closer, her breath misting in the cold. You need to understand why. Why we know everything. She exhaled slowly, like she was trying to steady herself, but her hands trembled just enough to catch my attention. You think your past is private. That there are things locked away, hidden from the world. You're wrong. I wanted to ask how. How they could know. But my voice was caught beneath a swelling tide of confusion and fear. Instead, I looked at my boots again, at the worn leather stained with dirt and something darker, sweat, maybe, or something I didn't want to name. They've been watching you, Jonas said quietly, as if confessing a secret to the night itself. For years. Every move, every choice, every lie you told yourself. It's all recorded somewhere. They have it all. I shook my head, a sharp, desperate gesture. No. That's not possible. I stopped because the words tasted like betrayal, like the thin veil of control I thought I had was unraveling with every second. Maya stepped closer, so close I could see the fine lines around her eyes, the way her lips pressed together like she was holding back a storm. We didn't come here to hurt you. We came to help. To save you from disappearing. Disappear? My voice cracked, the word foreign and raw. Jonah's gaze flicked to the darkness beyond the trail, where the trees seemed to lean in, their branches like fingers. Disappear means becoming another ghost in this forest. No records, no trace, no one to remember you. You vanish. I clenched my fists, nails biting into my palms, the rough bark of a nearby tree scratching my skin. Why me? Why now? What do you want from me? Maya's eyes softened for a moment, but the tension didn't leave her voice. You're not the only one. but you're the one they've decided to erase. The words echoed inside my skull, a relentless drumbeat. Erase. Like I was a mistake, a problem to be wiped clean. I glanced around, the forest suddenly feeling like a cage. The cool night air smelled of damp earth and pine, the scent thick and suffocating. Somewhere, a twig snapped, and I jumped, fingers trembling against the rough bark. Who are they? I asked, though part of me knew the answer was worse than any silence. Jonah's jaw tightened. People who control the narrative. The ones who decide which stories live and which die. You crossed a line, whether you know it or not. Your secrets aren't safe anymore. I swallowed again, a bitter taste rising in my mouth. I don't understand. You will, Maya said. Her voice was calm, too calm. But first, you have to trust us. We're the only ones who can keep you from becoming another forgotten name. Trust. The word felt like a ledge I was being pushed off. My mind raced back to all the lies I'd told myself, the walls I'd built around my past. If they knew everything, then what was left for me? How much of my life was truly mine? The footsteps were closer now, just beyond the reach of the moonlight. I caught a glimpse of movement, a figure, maybe two, slipping between the trees with a silence that didn't belong in the wilderness. Who's out there? I demanded, voice sharper than I intended. Jonas shook his head. Doesn't matter. They're part of it. Watching, waiting. You don't want to meet them. His words sent a shiver down my spine, the kind that burrows deep and lingers. I wanted to argue, to demand answers, but the weight of the night pressed down on me. The forest wasn't just dark, it was a living thing, pulsing with hidden threats and whispered secrets. Maya pulled a small flashlight from her pack, the beam cutting a narrow path through the shadows. She shone it toward the edge of the trail, revealing a small clearing where the underbrush had been trampled, leaves disturbed. Fresh tracks. Someone's been here recently, she said, voice low. Too close for comfort. I looked around, heartbeat pounding like a drum in my ears. The silence of the forest felt thick, almost suffocating, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath. Why didn't you tell me any of this before? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. Why wait until now? Jonah met my gaze, eyes reflecting the flashlight's glow. Because you weren't ready. Because the truth would have destroyed you. But now, you have no choice. I wanted to run then, to tear away from these people who knew me better than I knew myself. But the trail behind us was swallowed by darkness, and the thought of turning back was suddenly unbearable. We have to keep moving, Maya said. There's a safe place up ahead if we get there before they do. Safe. The word felt hollow. I wasn't sure I believed in it anymore. As we stepped forward, the forest seemed to close in, the branches scraping against my jacket like fingernails. The air grew colder, carrying the faint, metallic scent of something I couldn't place. I strained to listen, but the footsteps had stopped. Silence. Complete silence. Then, a voice soft, almost a whisper, broke through the stillness. You can't hide. My skin prickled. I spun around, but there was no one there. Just the trees, dark and endless. Maya's flashlight flickered, then steadied. Jonah tightened his grip on his pack strap. We're not alone, I said, voice trembling. Jonah nodded. And they're closer than you think. The forest seemed to lean in, swallowing the trail behind us and the path ahead. I realized then that this wasn't just a hike. It was a descent not just into the wilderness, but into a truth I wasn't sure I was ready to face. And the darkness? It was waiting. Watching. Ready to claim me. The night didn't end with a bang or even a scream. Jonah shifted beside me, his breath visible in the sudden chill. "We need to keep moving," he said low, eyes scanning the shadows beyond the trees. I nodded, not trusting my voice. The words stuck somewhere in my throat, tangled with the weight of everything I'd learned, how closely they'd studied me, the secrets I thought were mine alone, now no longer safe. The idea that my past was an open book was a kind of exposure I hadn't been ready for. But the forest didn't care about secrets. It only cared about survival. We pressed on, the path underfoot rough and uneven, slick with damp leaves that squished quietly beneath our boots. The metallic scent returned sharp, biting like rust or blood, though I didn't dare say it aloud. It clung to the night air, a reminder that something here was off, something we hadn't yet figured out. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see a figure lurking just beyond the flashlight's reach. But there was nothing but trees, their bare branches scratching at the sky like bony fingers desperate to hold on. "How did you know all that stuff?" I finally asked, voice barely audible. It was Maya who answered, her tone calm but with a strange edge, like she was rehearsing lines she'd delivered 100 times before. "We didn't just know. We found out." Her eyes caught mine, steady and unblinking. "It's not about spying. It's about understanding. You don't get to walk into this kind of wilderness without people knowing what you're capable of." I swallowed hard, the words slicing through me. Capable of what? I wanted to ask, but the question felt foolish. They already had every answer. Every mistake, every lie, every hidden fracture I tried to bury. Jonah spoke then, his voice rough with exhaustion. "We're not enemies." "Not exactly. We just need you to see the truth." The truth. The word echoed between us, but it was a bitter thing. The truth wasn't a light shining through the darkness, it was the darkness itself. A rustle to my left made me spin. Leaves cracked underfoot, but there was no one there again. I pressed my palm against a tree trunk, feeling the rough bark bite into my skin. The forest was breathing, alive in ways that weren't natural. I could taste the cold on my tongue, bitter and metallic. "Why the trail?" I asked, voice steadier now. "Why come here, knowing you'd uncover all this?" Maya hesitated, then said, "Because sometimes the only way to understand who you are is to be stripped of everything you think you know. You wanted to disappear, right? To start over." I clenched my jaw. "I didn't ask for this." "No, you didn't," Jonah agreed. "But you also didn't realize you were never really alone." "Not really." The words hit harder than I expected. Alone. That was the thing I'd craved most, space, silence, anonymity. But the wilderness, like these two, had shown me that alone was a myth. There were always eyes, always ears. Sometimes the threat wasn't a stranger in the shadows, but the fragments of yourself you refused to face. We stopped at a small clearing. The moon was a pale sliver overhead, casting long, thin shadows. The air smelled faintly of pine and something else, smoke, maybe, or old earth disturbed. I crouched by a patch of moss, fingers brushing the damp green like it might offer some grounding, some truth I could touch. Jonah sat down heavily on a fallen log. "Look, this isn't over. And maybe it never will be. But you're not the same person who started this hike. You're more than the sum of your secrets." I wanted to argue. To say that the secrets still controlled me, that they were a cage I couldn't escape. But the exhaustion in my bones, the raw ache in my chest, made me quiet. Maybe he was right. Maybe the wilderness had forced me to confront the parts of myself I'd kept hidden, even from myself. Maya knelt beside me, her flashlight now steady and sure. "We can help you," she said softly. "But you have to want it." I looked up, meeting her gaze. And for the first time since this nightmare began, I felt something shift inside, a fragile thread of hope, tangled with fear, but there nonetheless. The night pressed on, and with it, the slow unraveling of the past and the fragile stitching of something new. When dawn finally broke, pale and hesitant, I stood at the edge of the trail, the forest behind me still whispering secrets. They weren't gone, not really. The knowledge, the exposure, the fear, they would linger, like shadows beneath my skin. But I was walking forward now. Not toward forgetting, but toward acceptance. As we descended from the wilderness, the air grew warmer, the metallic scent fading into the crispness of morning. Birds began to stir, their songs tentative but real. The forest receded, revealing a world that was both familiar and irrevocably changed. I didn't know what lay ahead. Maybe there was no simple ending, no neat resolution. But I had learned this: privacy was a fragile illusion, especially when the people around you carried your past like a map. And sometimes, the scariest truth wasn't what was hidden in the woods, but what was buried inside yourself. I took a deep breath, the cool air filling my lungs. The path behind me was dark and tangled, but the one ahead, though uncertain, was mine to choose. Story 4, Endless Loop, Trapped in a Subway Nightmare. The first time I saw the new subway line, it was just a sliver of silver glinting between the old brick buildings of 4th and Main, a thin ribbon laid out like a promise under the gray April sky. Still, curiosity got the better of me. It was a Tuesday afternoon, the kind that drags on with a dull ache, and I found myself standing on the platform of the new station, watching the sleek train slide in like a quiet predator. The underground smelled of concrete dust and that faint metallic tang that always lingers near fresh construction, a scent I've come to associate with change, or at least the promise of it. The air was cooler down there, damp in a way that made the fine hairs on my arms stand up. I stepped inside, the doors sliding shut behind me with a mechanical whisper. The interior was cleaner than any subway I'd ridden before: bright lights, polished steel handrails, and screens that displayed the stops with crisp clarity. It felt almost sterile, as if someone had scrubbed away the grime and the usual city grit and replaced it with something too perfect. Maybe that was the first odd thing I should have noticed. The train started moving, smooth and quiet, gliding through the tunnels with a hum that was more vibration than sound. I found a seat by the window, though the glass was a little too reflective, giving the impression I was staring at something behind me rather than the dark tunnel rushing past. I shook the thought off. I was tired, that was all. A few stops in, I noticed the other passengers were few and far between. It was off-peak, sure, but there was something oddly impersonal about the faces I saw. People didn't talk, not even in the way strangers occasionally do: a quick comment about the weather, a shared glance at a street performer through the window. No one looked up from their phones. No one smiled. It was as if the train car was a bubble where normal social rules had been suspended. I glanced at my watch: noon. The daylight outside was supposed to be harsh, but down here, the fluorescent lights cast a dull glow that flattened everything. I pressed my palm against the cool window, trying to feel the motion outside, but all I saw was darkness stretching endlessly. The tunnel seemed longer than it should have been. Maybe the new line took a longer route, a detour under the river or beneath the old industrial district. Then I noticed something that made my stomach tighten. The stop names on the screen were repeating. I blinked hard, thinking I'd misread it. The names cycled through, then started again: Ash Street, Riverbend, Elmwood, Ash Street, Riverbend, Elmwood. Over and over. I looked around. No one else was reacting. Nobody else was looking at the screens. My fingers trembled slightly as I pulled out my phone and checked the map app. It showed the train was still moving forward, but the stops were all the same, cycling endlessly. The GPS marker flickered, stuck in a loop between 2 points. I swallowed hard, trying to keep my breathing even. I tried to make sense of it. A glitch, maybe. Technology isn't perfect. But the silence around me was too complete. Too heavy. I felt the hair at the back of my neck prickle, that subtle warning I usually ignored because it always turned out to be nothing. Not this time. A voice came over the intercom, smooth and calm, the kind of voice designed to soothe rather than inform. Thank you for riding the Metro Line 9. Please remain seated until your destination. We appreciate your cooperation. The word cooperation felt out of place, almost like a command. I stood up, the train swaying gently beneath my feet. I moved toward the door to get off at the next stop, but the doors didn't open. The button I pressed didn't light up. I tried the emergency intercom, but it was silent. Not broken, just dead. The other passengers remained still, faces blank and unresponsive. One woman stared straight ahead, her eyes glassy. A man a few seats away tapped his phone with mechanical precision, not looking up. I wanted to shout, to ask if anyone else noticed, but my voice caught in my throat. The only sound was the steady hum of the train. I sank back into my seat, heart pounding. The screen blinked again, the stop names cycling through the same three: Ash Street, Riverbend, Elmwood. I pulled my jacket tighter around me. Something about this ride wasn't right. Something calculated. I thought about the news reports I'd skimmed last week, mentions of the company behind the new line, its rapid build, its secret of management. I glossed over the warnings then, too busy with my own routine. Now, I could almost taste the metallic tang of fear mingling with the stale air. The train went quiet again, the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows flickering for a moment. Silence. Complete silence. I checked my phone once more. No signal. No messages. No calls. It was as if I'd been erased from the outside world. I tried to focus, to think rationally. Maybe this was a test, a glitch, a prank. But my gut told me otherwise. The way the stop names repeated, the lack of communication, the blank faces, all of it felt deliberate, engineered. I leaned my forehead against the cool glass. The tunnel outside was a void, swallowing the light. I thought about turning back, but how do you turn back when the doors won't open, when the route itself seemed to fold in on itself? A sudden chill ran down my spine. Not because of the cold, but because I realized I might not be alone in this. That the train, this shiny, perfect machine, was hiding something. Something designed to keep people like me trapped, unseen, unheard. I closed my eyes briefly and tried to steady my breathing. When I opened them, the screen flashed once more: Ash Street, Riverbend, Elmwood. I didn't know what was coming next, but I knew I wasn't just on a subway ride anymore. I was somewhere else entirely. Somewhere they didn't want me to leave. The screen blinked off, plunging the carriage into near darkness. I swallowed hard. The air smelled faintly of ozone, like the lingering scent after a lightning strike, but deep underground that made less sense. My throat tightened. The realization settled like a stone. I wasn't just lost. I was being trapped. I pressed the call button beside the door, expecting a voice, some recorded message, anything. Nothing. The red light beside it blinked, dead air filling the silence. The other passengers sat rigid, faces blank, eyes fixed straight ahead or staring at their phones without scrolling. No one looked up. No one spoke. Hey! I tried again, louder. Can someone tell me what's going on? A woman in a navy coat shifted beside me, her gaze flickering to mine for a brief second before she looked away. No words, no reaction. Something about her made me uneasy, not because she seemed hostile, but because she was too still, like a statue waiting for a cue. I noticed her hands, white knuckles gripping her bag straps so tightly the leather creaked. I leaned toward her. "Are you okay? Do you know where we are?" She blinked slowly, her lips parting as if to answer, then closed her mouth again. A subtle shake of her head, almost imperceptible. Then she slid away, merging back into the silence. The train lurched suddenly, lights flickering, the familiar rattle replaced by a hollow, mechanical groan. I gripped the edge of the seat, knuckles whitening. This wasn't a normal subway. It was a machine built to confuse, to disorient. And whoever designed it had thought of every detail. I thought about my phone, still in my pocket, but the screen was dead when I checked. No signal. The subway was too far underground, or maybe the system was deliberately cutting all connections. I glanced at the passengers again. A man in a gray hoodie tapped his foot rhythmically, his eyes darting nervously to the ceiling. A teenager with earbuds seemed utterly absorbed in her music, but the volume was low enough that I could hear the faintest hum of a steady heartbeat beneath the bass. It wasn't a song I recognized. I tried to focus on the station map above the door, but it was a mess of overlapping lines and names, some familiar, some invented. None matched the route displayed on the screens. It felt like a bad joke, but no one else was laughing. I pulled out my notebook from my bag, a habit I'd always had when chasing stories, and scribbled down the station names, times, and my observations. Ash Street, Riverbend, Helmwood. Repeat. 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 A thought struck me suddenly. If the train was looping, how long had I been on it? Minutes? Hours? I closed my eyes, trying to recall the dim details from the ride. The first stop had been crowded, faces blurred in the rush hour crush. Then the lights flickered and everything had shifted. When I opened my eyes, the emergency lamp buzzed softly, the only sign of life in the carriage. I rubbed my temples, trying to stave off the growing headache. A soft clatter echoed from the far end of the car. I wasn't alone after all. I stood, moving cautiously toward the sound. The man in the hoodie looked up sharply but said nothing. At the next seat, a young woman was picking up a small, folded piece of paper from the floor. She glanced at me, eyes wide, then quickly folded it back and slipped it into her jacket pocket. "Did you drop this?" I asked, reaching out. She shook her head. "No. Just something I found." Her voice was low, barely above a whisper, but it had an edge of urgency that made me lean closer. "Look, I don't know what's happening, but this train, it's a trap. I think we're stuck in some kind of loop. Have you noticed the stations repeating? The silence?" She nodded. "I have. And I think it's more than that. I work near the corporate offices downtown. There's been rumors about people going missing after complaining about the new subway line. Witnesses, they call them." I blinked. Witnesses? To what? She glanced around nervously. "I can't say much, but something big is being covered up. People who see too much don't just disappear, at least, not in the usual way. This train, it's part of the plan. Keeps us contained." My stomach turned. I wanted to ask how she knew, what exactly she meant, but the truth was, I was already piecing it together. This wasn't an accident. It wasn't a malfunction. It was a trap engineered by someone with power and resources, designed to erase those who threatened them. The train jolted again, sharper this time, and the lights surged in a staccato rhythm. The screens flickered, then displayed a new message: no exit. No escape. I swallowed hard, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. The woman's eyes met mine, wide and frightened. "We need to find a way out," she whispered. Or at least figure out what's real. A sudden shriek pierced the silence, a metal clang from the tunnels outside, distant but unmistakable. The passengers stiffened. Even the teenager lowered her earbuds. I exhaled slowly, trying to steady my shaking hands. The paper in her pocket burned a hole in my mind. What if it held the key? Names, places, evidence? We should look at that, I said quietly. She hesitated, then pulled the note out. The handwriting was hurried, messy. Meet at Elmwood. Watch the screens. Don't trust the announcements. Elmwood again, I muttered. The train lurched forward, and the lights went out completely. Silence. Complete silence. My breath hitched in the dark. Then, a faint glow from the screens flickered back on, showing a live feed. Not of the train, but of a sterile, fluorescent-lit room. Rows of desks. People staring at monitors. Faces blurred, but one was unmistakable, the woman beside me. She gasped, pressing her hand over her mouth. Why? Why am I there? She whispered. The screen split to show another feed, this time a man in a crisp suit, speaking into a headset, his eyes cold and calculating. This line is functioning perfectly, he said, voice clipped and clinical. All anomalies contained. No witnesses remain outside the system. My hands trembled. The train wasn't just a trap. It was a prison. A carefully constructed illusion to keep inconvenient truths hidden. And we were the prisoners. I looked back at the woman. We have to get off. Somehow. Her breath caught. There's no way out. Not yet. I swallowed, feeling the weight of that finality settle deep in my chest. But then, in the corner of the screen, a small, blinking icon caught my eye, a map, with a single station highlighted, Ash Street. We might have a chance, I said. At Ash Street. Maybe that's where it starts. Or ends. She nodded, determination flickering in her eyes for the first time. Then we watch the screens. We wait for a pattern. And we try to break it. The train groaned again, lights flickering back to full brightness. The voices on the screens vanished. The other passengers remained frozen, like statues caught mid-motion. I sank back into my seat, heart pounding, mind racing. The ride wasn't just about getting somewhere anymore. It was about staying alive long enough to find the truth. And whatever was waiting for us at Ash Street, I knew it wasn't going to be easy. The monitor's glow didn't fade, even as the overhead light flickered above us, casting the room in uneven swaths of yellow and shadow. I rubbed my temples, trying to make sense of what I'd just seen, my own face staring back at me, frozen in that sterile chamber, trapped like some specimen. The woman beside me, Elena, was still pale, her fingers trembling as she pointed at the screen. Why? Why am I there? She whispered again, voice barely audible. I didn't have an answer. What I did know was that those screens weren't just showing us, they were watching us. Recording every reaction, every move, every flicker of panic. And somewhere in the building, people who commanded this system were tracking us now, waiting for us to slip up. The man in the suit, the one with the headset and the cold stare, he called it functioning perfectly. No witnesses outside the system. A chilling phrase. I tasted bile in my throat. The subway wasn't a transit line anymore. It was a cage, a machine designed to erase inconvenient truths by swallowing the people who stumbled onto them. We have to get off, I said, voice uneven but firm. At Ash Street. That map, maybe it's our way out. Elena nodded slowly, but her eyes held something I hadn't seen before. Defeat. Or maybe fear that it was too late. I glanced back at the screens. The blinking icon on the map pulsed steadily. Ash Street, a single dot among a web of stations. It was the only one highlighted. I didn't know why, but it felt like a beacon in the dark. The stale air was thick with the faint smell of burnt circuitry and cold metal. A distant hum vibrated through the walls. Somewhere nearby, footsteps echoed, soft, deliberate, too close for comfort. I swallowed hard and glanced toward the door. Locked. Of course. We don't have much time, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. If they're watching us, they'll know we saw that. We need to move. Elena stood, brushing dust off her jacket. How? She asked, eyes flicking nervously toward the security panel next to the door. The little red light blinked in sync with the monitor's glow. I crouched beside the panel, fingers tracing its edges. The texture was cold and smooth, like plastic coated with a thin film of grime. I pressed the screen, hoping for a glitch, a weak spot, anything. Nothing. I leaned back and exhaled sharply. We're locked in here. But we're not locked in the whole subway. Elena's brow furrowed. Then why does it feel like every time we try to get off, we end up back at the same place? Because we do. I ran a hand through my hair, the strands sticking to my damp scalp. That's what I think. This entire line is a loop. A cycle. They've designed it so that when you try to leave, you just come back. Like a maze with no exit. She looked at me like I'd lost it. You mean it's engineered? The stations, the tracks, they're all fake? Well, not fake exactly. Real enough to trap us. The thought made my stomach twist. The tunnels, the platforms, they exist. But the way they're wired, the signals, the announcements, it's all programmed to disorient. To keep people moving in circles until they disappear. Elena swallowed. Disappear how? I hesitated. The truth was worse than anything I could imagine. They erase witnesses. People who get too close to whatever this company is hiding. And the subway is their tool. Her lips parted in a silent gasp. Look, I said, standing and pacing. I know how that sounds. Like something out of a paranoid thriller. But these cameras, the feeds, the way the system monitors us, it's real. And there's no way out unless we figure out how to break the loop. The room seemed to close in, the air, cold and heavy with silence thickening with tension. I could hear the faint scraping of a chair being dragged across a tiled floor somewhere in the building. Not here, but close. Too close. Do you think they know we're here now? Elena asked, voice barely above a whisper. Without a doubt. I felt a sudden chill crawl down my spine. The hum of the building was different, deeper, more insistent, like a heartbeat accelerating under stress. We need a plan, I said. But first, we have to accept something. We're past the point of no return. We've seen what's behind the curtain, and there's no going back to normal. Elena looked at me, eyes wide but resolute. Then what do we do? I glanced at the map on the monitor again. Ash Street. It was our only lead. Maybe it was a glitch, a backdoor in the system, or the last weak link in their network. We ride, I said. We go to Ash Street, and we see what's waiting there. If it's the start of the illusion or the end. Her lips curved into a brief, shaky smile. At least we're in this together. There was a sudden sharp beat from the monitor. A new window popped up, text scrolling rapidly, indecipherable at first, then forming words that made my blood run cold. Subject identified. Escape attempt detected. Initiating containment protocol. My heart slammed against my rib cage. The cold sweat on my neck prickled as I realized this wasn't just a passive system. It was active, adaptive, hunting. "Elena," I said, "we don't have much time. They're locking down the line." Her hand found mine, tight and urgent. "Then let's move before the cage shuts completely." We left the room, the door sliding open with a low mechanical groan. The corridor outside was empty, but the fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, some flickering erratically, casting stutters of light and dark. The walls felt too close, the air too thick. I could almost hear the subway's heartbeat beneath my feet, a rhythmic pulse matching my own quickened breath. As we stepped onto the platform, the train's arrival was a distant roar, growing louder, shaking the ground beneath us. The doors slid open with a hiss, revealing the same sterile interior we'd seen before. No other passengers. My mind raced with possibilities. Just us. I swallowed hard, stepping inside. The train's lights flickered momentarily, then steadied. The doors slid shut behind us with a finality that echoed in my chest. Ash Street was ahead. But would it be salvation? Or something far worse? The train lurched forward with a suddenness that knocked the breath from my lungs. The sterile hum of the lights buzzed overhead, but now there was something else beneath it, a low, grinding vibration that seemed to crawl under my skin. Elena squeezed my hand tight, the pressure sharp enough to remind me I wasn't alone. That small tether was enough to keep the creeping claustrophobia at bay, but only just. The seats around us gleamed too clean, too new, the plastic armrests cold and slick under my fingertips. There wasn't a single other passenger in sight. Just the two of us, trapped inside this moving box of illusions. I scanned the windows. Outside, the tunnel was pitch black, but the faintest trace of fluorescent light flickered like a faulty heartbeat. Shadows stretched and contracted in impossible rhythms, as if the walls were breathing. "Do you hear that?" Elena's voice was low, almost swallowed by the drone of the train. Her eyes darted to the ceiling, then back to mine. "What?" I asked. "That tapping. Like something's trying to get in." I strained to listen. At first, there was nothing but the mechanical groan and the hum of the tracks. Then, just beneath it, a rhythmic tapping, soft and deliberate, echoed somewhere beyond the walls. It wasn't random. It was deliberate. "Probably just the rails settling," I said, but my voice felt hollow. She shook her head. "This line isn't normal. You said it yourself. Reality tunnels. They loop us, hide us. What if it's a warning? Or worse?" Before I could reply, the lights flickered violently, plunging us into a strobe of shadows and glare. The air suddenly thickened, heavy and stale, like the scent of old newspapers left too long in a forgotten basement. My throat tightened. The train's rhythmic pulse beneath our feet quickened, syncing with the rapid beat of my own heart. The doors hissed open at the next station. The platform was empty, but the fluorescent bulbs overhead were flickering in that same erratic pattern. I stepped out cautiously, feeling the rough concrete beneath my shoes. The smell of damp plaster and the faint tang of disinfectant filled the air. I glanced back at the train. Elena remained seated, her eyes wide, her fingers still intertwined with mine. "I'm going to look around," I said, voice barely above a whisper. She nodded, fear and determination mixing in her gaze. The corridor beyond the platform stretched out, dim and narrow. I ran my hand along the wall, cool, rough concrete. There was a slight vibration, as if the building itself was alive, watching. I moved forward, ears straining for any sound beyond the distant hum. Then, I saw it. A door, slightly ajar. Painted the same dull gray as the walls, but its edges were worn, the paint chipped like a secret waiting to be uncovered. I pushed it open slowly. Inside was a small control room bathed in the sickly glow of monitors. Screens flickered with static and grainy footage, faces blurred, names crossed off lists, dates erased. The realization hit me like a physical blow. This was the heart of it all, the machinery behind the illusion, the mechanism that trapped us in these endless loops. A cold dread settled in my stomach. These weren't just glitches or random malfunctions. This was deliberate. A system designed to erase inconvenient witnesses, to hide corporate sins behind a veil of engineered perception. My hands trembled as I touched the keyboard. I still can't explain it. Files scroll past plans, reports, logs of people who'd vanished without a trace. I swallowed hard. Elena's words echoed in my mind. What if it's worse? I heard footsteps, then soft, measured. Not far, but close enough to send a jolt of panic through me. The door clicked shut behind me. Looking for something? The voice was calm, cold, stripped of any warmth. I spun around. A man stood there, his expression unreadable, but his eyes sharp and calculating. No one else on the train, no witnesses, no escape. "We don't want trouble," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. He smiled thinly, the kind of smile that never reaches the eyes. "Trouble finds you. Always does." The air grew heavier. The tension, like an invisible vice, tightening around my chest. "I know what you're doing," I blurted. "The loops, the erasures. You can't keep hiding it." He stepped closer, the faint scent of something metallic, clean, clinical, drifting from him. "Hiding? No. Protecting. This city runs on secrets, on shadows. People like you. You see too much." Elena's voice came from the doorway, sharp and urgent. "Let him go." The man glanced at her, then back to me. "That's not going to happen." A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. The walls seemed to close in. My mind raced, searching for a way out, a loophole in their carefully constructed trap. "You won't get away with this," I said, even as doubt gnawed at me. He laughed, a sound void of humor, brittle and sharp. "We already have." The monitors flickered again, showing a live feed of the platform, the train, the empty corridors. Every move we made was tracked, cataloged, erased before the next loop began. Elena stepped forward, her voice steady despite the tension. "People will know. You can't erase everything." His smile twisted. "You don't understand. We don't erase people. We erase problems." The temperature dropped. The flickering lights cast long, distorted shadows. I realized then that this wasn't just about hiding evidence or silencing witnesses, it was about control. About bending reality itself until no one could tell truth from illusion. The man moved toward the control panel and pressed a button. The screens went dark. Silence. Complete silence. And then the doors slid open behind me. A breath of cold air, sharp and real, hit my face. A way out. But at what cost? I hesitated, torn between escape and the need to expose the truth. Elena's hand found mine again, her grip steady, grounding. Now or never. I took a step forward, heart hammering, senses on fire. The line's heartbeat thrummed beneath us, steady, relentless. Outside, the darkness waited. Inside, the lies were ready to consume us whole. No turning back now. The cold air hit me like a slap, sharp and unforgiving. Outside was nothing but darkness and damp concrete. The station was deserted, more attuned than a transit stop. I could hear my own breath, quick and uneven, the scrape of my shoes against the rough floor. And then, far off, the faint echo of footsteps. Someone else was here. Someone real. Elena squeezed my hand tighter. "We need to move," she whispered. Her voice was low, steady, but I could hear the tremor beneath it. The tremor I shared. We weren't safe yet. Not by a long shot. I nodded, trying to steady my legs. The chill wasn't just from the air, cold and heavy with silence. It was deeper. The kind that seeps into your bones when you realize your world isn't what you thought. I kept looking back at the train, its windows dark and impossible. I almost expected it to start moving again, to pull me back into the loop. But it didn't. The silence was absolute. We moved toward the exit, dragging our feet through the sticky residue left by the station's neglect. The smell of mildew and stale water filled my nostrils, sharp and unpleasant, grounding me in the moment. I had to remind myself this was real. That I was still me. At the top of the stairwell, the city sprawled out, quiet, tentative, like it was holding its breath. Streetlights flickered in the drizzle, casting long, wavering shadows across the pavement. The rain had started again, light but persistent, tapping against my jacket like a soft warning. Elena pulled a crumpled map from her pocket, the edges frayed and wet. "We need to find a place to hide, somewhere to figure out what's next." Her eyes scanned the streets, sharp and wary. "If they want to cover this up, they won't stop at the subway." I swallowed hard. She was right. The corporation behind the line wasn't just erasing witnesses. They were controlling narratives, bending perceptions until no one could tell fact from fiction. I'd seen the screens, the control panel. Those flickering images weren't glitches. They were tools. Tool of a sort. "Do you think anyone will believe us?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. "Even if we get out?" Elena's jaw tightened. "Not at first. But people do hear things. Patterns emerge. We just have to be loud enough." I wanted to argue, wanted to say it was futile, but the truth was, I wasn't sure anymore. The night had twisted everything. I looked down at my hands, still trembling slightly, the faint buzz of adrenaline fading like the last notes of a distant siren. We ducked into a nearby cafe, one of those late-night places with flickering neon and a smell of burnt coffee. Inside, the hum of quiet conversation and clinking cups was a strange comfort. Warmth wrapped around me like a blanket, but the tension stuck beneath my skin. I couldn't shake it. Elena ordered 2 black coffees, her eyes never still. I watched her, trying to catch some of the fierce determination that had carried us through the nightmare. It was there, buried beneath exhaustion and fear. "Tomorrow," she said, sliding a cup across the table, "we start digging. We find the records, the people who disappeared, the ones they tried to erase." I nodded, taking a sip. The bitter liquid burned my throat, but it was the first solid thing I'd tasted in hours. I let the warmth spread, steadying me. The night stretched on. We talked in whispers, piecing together fragments, the man's words, the screens, the endless loops of the subway line. How many others had vanished into those engineered illusions? How many had been swallowed whole by a system designed to erase inconvenient truths? I thought about the passengers I'd seen on those rides, faces blank or confused, caught in a maze they couldn't escape. Some of them might never know. Some of them were already gone. The city outside continued its slow, pulsing rhythm, indifferent to the secrets buried beneath its streets. I didn't know how long it would take to unravel the web, or if anyone else would even want to hear what we'd uncovered. But I did know one thing. I wasn't going back. Not to the tunnels, not to the lies. The world had shifted beneath my feet, and there was no pretending otherwise. Morning came on soft feet, pale light filtering through rain-streaked windows. I woke with a dry mouth and a pounding head, the weight of what lay ahead pressing down like a storm cloud. Elena was already up, scribbling notes, her fingers stained with ink and determination. We had a plan now. A fragile one, but real. We'd reach out to journalists, activists, anyone who might listen. The subway line might bend perception, but outside, the truth still had a pulse. I stepped outside into the gray dawn, the city waking slowly around me. The air smelled faintly of wet asphalt and possibility. A crow cawed somewhere in the distance, sharp and unexpected. I breathed it in. I'd been trapped in a loop of illusions, a carefully crafted prison of lies. But now, the walls were cracking. The tunnels might still echo with shadows, but the light was finding its way in. And whatever came next, I was ready to face it. Because some things don't disappear. Not truly. Not when someone is willing to fight for them. I looked back once, toward the subway entrance hidden beneath the street, dark and silent. The nightmare was over, but the story was just beginning. Elena caught my gaze and smiled, a small, fierce thing that held all the hope and fear we carried. "We'll make them see," she said. I nodded. Together, we stepped forward. The city didn't promise safety, only truth. And that was enough. Story 5, Mirage of the Withering Sands, Deception in the Desert. The desert was quiet, too quiet for a place that stretched out like an ocean of sand and sun. I stopped and wiped the sweat from my forehead with the back of my hand. The salty taste lingered on my lips, making my mouth feel like sandpaper. I tried to swallow, but my throat was dry, swollen. I knew I was running out of water. I could feel it in the way my tongue stuck stubbornly to the roof of my mouth, like a ragged piece of cloth. I wasn't sure how much longer I could keep going. That's when I saw it. A shimmer on the horizon, subtle yet unmistakable. An oasis, or at least the promise of one. The palm trees flickered like ghosts, their leaves bending in a breeze I couldn't feel. Water glistened between them, a patch of impossible blue in the endless beige. My heart jumped, and I stumbled forward, my legs remembering what I wanted before my mind could protest. I had chased that mirage before, though always at dawn, always just out of reach, vanishing like a dream with the first light. But this time was different. I told myself I wasn't losing my mind. I wasn't hallucinating. The heat was playing tricks, yes, but that shimmer was real. It had to be. I'd been careful, noting the sun's position, the shape of the dunes, the way the shadows fell. My eyes weren't fooling me. Not this time. Still, as I crested a low rise, the oasis flickered again, then disappeared. Gone. The sand stretched empty and unbroken like a blank canvas. I blinked, rubbed my temples, and looked again. Nothing. No palm trees, no water, no life. Great, I muttered, voice rough and cracked. Just great. I sank down onto a sun-baked rock, the heat radiating through my thin shirt. My skin prickled, the sweat now cold and clammy as it dried. I tried to steady my breathing, but it was shallow and ragged. Dehydration was creeping in, I could feel it gnawing at the edges of my mind. Thoughts tangled and frayed. I wasn't sure if I was tired or dizzy or both. A dry cough escaped me, startling in the stillness. I looked around, half expecting to see someone or something watching from a distance. The desert had a way of swallowing sound and presence alike, but it also had secrets. Everyone warned me. People out here weren't just lost or scared. Some were dangerous. Predators in human skin, waiting for the right moment to strike. I swallowed hard, trying to shake the unease. Paranoia was a luxury I couldn't afford. But still, I felt eyes on me. Or maybe it was just the desert playing tricks again. I stood up slowly, legs stiff and shaky, and scanned the horizon. The sun was climbing higher, the air, cold and heavy with silence shimmering with heat. I needed to keep moving. Staying still meant drying up like the cracked earth beneath my boots. As I trudged forward, my thoughts drifted back to the day I left civilization behind. The small town, dusty and sleepy, where people still said hello and waved from porches. That was weeks ago, or months, though the desert made it hard to tell. I'd come out here chasing a story for the magazine, something about the forgotten borderlands where the earth cracked and the sky burned. A simple assignment, or so I thought. Now, here I was. Alone. Stranded in a place where the horizon stretched forever, and the only certainty was the sun's relentless glare. A sudden movement caught my eye, a flicker of shadow beneath a dune. I froze, heart thudding loud enough to drown out the silence. It was gone before I could focus, a blur against the shifting sand. A trick of the light? Maybe. Or maybe someone or something was watching me. I swallowed again, tasting the bitterness of fear mingled with dust. I didn't want to admit it, but the desert was bigger than I was. It held secrets I wasn't supposed to find and dangers I hadn't imagined. I kept walking. Step by step. The sand was soft and hot beneath my boots, the weight of the sun heavy on my shoulders. At times, I thought I heard voices, whispers carried on the wind, or just the echo of my own mind unraveling. I knew better than to chase shadows, but sometimes a man needs to hope. I reached a ridge and looked down into a shallow basin. The heat haze wavered there, and for a moment, the oasis appeared again. Palm trees, water, shade. A promise. I blinked, and it was gone. A laugh, dry and hollow, escaped my lips. You're killing me, desert. I sat down on a rock, staring at the empty basin. The sun burned my neck, my clothes stuck to my skin. My hands trembled, not just from thirst, but from the growing awareness that I wasn't alone out here. Something moved at the edge of my vision. I turned sharply, scanning the dunes. Nothing. The desert held its breath. I took off my backpack and rummaged inside, fingers searching for the water bottle. Half empty. Almost gone. I drank the last few precious sips, tasting metal and dust. It was enough to keep me going, but not for long. I pulled out my notebook, the pages curled and stained from sweat and sand. I scribbled a quick note, more for myself than anyone else. If I don't make it, someone will find this. Somewhere. Maybe. The thought sent a shiver down my spine, even in the heat. The sun edged closer to the horizon. Shadows lengthened, and the temperature dipped slightly. I knew I should find shelter, but there was none. Only sand and sky. As the light faded, the desert seemed to change. The silence deepened, becoming almost tangible. I heard a faint rustle, like fabric brushing against sand, just beyond the crest of a nearby dune. I stood quickly, heart racing. Hello? My voice cracked as it echoed and died in the vast emptiness. No answer. Just silence. Complete silence. I wanted to believe it was nothing. A trick of the wind. But my skin prickled again with that uneasy certainty. I wasn't alone. Someone or something was out there, watching. I swallowed hard and kept walking, chasing a mirage I wasn't sure even existed anymore. The night stretched on, slow and unforgiving. I crouched low behind a small ridge of sand, the pages of my journal pressed tight against my chest. The note I'd scribbled earlier, if I don't make it, someone will find this, kept replaying in my mind like a warning. It felt absurd to hope anyone would come, but the thought of being utterly erased from the world terrified me. I wasn't sure which was worse, the endless desert or the idea of vanishing without a trace. Something moved again, just beyond the crest. A shadow, flickering between dunes like a candle struggling against the wind. My fingers curled into fists. I wanted to call out, to demand someone show themselves, but my voice caught in my throat. Instead, I whispered, "Who's there?" The words barely carried, swallowed by the fastness. No answer. The silence returned, heavier this time, like it was pressing down on me. I forced myself to stand, legs trembling beneath the weight of exhaustion and fear. I needed to understand what I was dealing with. For all I knew, that shadow was someone or something that had been following me since I first saw the oasis shimmer at dawn. Maybe they were scavengers, or worse, people who knew how to survive here and didn't want me stumbling into their territory. The desert wasn't just empty sand. It was a maze filled with dangers I hadn't begun to grasp. I decided to move slowly, keeping low, scanning the horizon for any sign of that elusive figure. My heart thudded unevenly, a mix of adrenaline and the relentless thirst making my head spin. Every step felt like dragging my body through molasses, but I couldn't stop. The oasis was still out there, somewhere. It had to be. With the first faint hint of moonlight, shapes began to emerge. Not just dunes, but the remnants of something else, twisted metal, broken crates half buried in sand, the skeletal remains of what might once have been a camp. Whoever had been here before had left their mark, and it made the desert feel a little less infinite, a little more human. But it also meant I wasn't the first to get lost out here, and that thought chilled me. I crouched beside a rusted container, wiping sweat from my brow. The night air smelled faintly of oil and something sour, like spoiled food. I poked at a cracked plastic bottle embedded in the sand. Empty. Of course. I'm not sure why I expected anything different. Then I heard it, a low murmur, tarried on the wind. Not wind. Words. Voices. I froze, listening. They were distant, but unmistakable. Two voices, talking quietly, their tone urgent but cautious. I couldn't make out the words, just the hum of conversation. My breath hitched. The shadows weren't figments of my mind. There were people out here. I pulled my jacket tighter around me, the fabric rough and cold against my clammy skin. My mind spun. Were these strangers hostile? Or just as desperate as I was? I wanted to call out, to introduce myself, but I remembered the rustle from earlier and the way my instincts had screamed at me to run. Instead, I pressed my back against the container, trying to stay hidden. Maybe they're looking for water too, I whispered to myself, though the sound was hollow. Like me. I debated my next move. Should I try to follow the voices? Or stay put and hope they passed by? Every instinct screamed in different directions. The thirst was making my thoughts slippery, unreliable. I had to be methodical, despite the panic rising like bile. I pulled out my journal, flipping to the last page. The ink was smudged, but legible. I jotted down a quick note, voices. Not alone. Unknown intentions. It felt ridiculous to write it, like I was trying to convince myself this wasn't some nightmare. But I needed a record. A way to stay sane. As I scribbled, the voices shifted closer. I could make out fragments now, snatches of conversation mixed with the crunch of sand underfoot. They spoke in hushed tones, careful not to carry too far, but their presence was undeniable. Suddenly, a figure appeared over the dune ridge, silhouetted against the moonlight. My breath caught. The person was lean, moving with a cautious purpose. They paused, scanning the horizon, and I ducked lower, heart hammering so loud it felt like it might give me away. I wanted to call out, to say I wasn't a threat, but my tongue felt glued to the roof of my mouth. Instead, I watched as the figure crouched, pulling something from a pack slung over their shoulder. A metal container. Water. I could smell the faint scent of sweat and something sharp, maybe cologne or the desert itself, a dry, acrid smell that stung my nose. The figure took a long drink, then glanced around, like they were searching for something or someone. My mind raced. Were they alone? Were there others? And more importantly, were they friend or foe? I pressed my hand against the sand, the grains cool and rough beneath my palm. I thought of the oasis, that shimmering promise that vanished with the dawn. I thought of the note I'd left, the hope that someone might find it. And I realized I couldn't just run blindly anymore. I had to understand what I was up against. The figure moved again, this time heading toward the broken remnants of the camp. I followed, keeping to the shadows, every sense straining to catch even the faintest sound. The desert was no longer an empty expanse. It was a stage for something far more dangerous, a quiet, creeping threat that didn't need tool to unsettle me. I wanted to believe I could outpace it, outthink it. But the desert had its own rules, and I was only beginning to learn them. The thirst clawed at me, sharper now, and the weight of loneliness pressed down with it. Yet, amidst the vast nothingness, the presence of another human being watching, moving, surviving, changed everything. I didn't know who they were, or what they wanted. But I knew one thing, the chase was no longer just for water. It was for survival. And the desert was watching. The figure vanished into the shadows of the broken camp, and I froze. The camp was a ruin of rust and broken tarps, the kind of place you'd expect a traveler to abandon when the desert turned hostile. But this figure, someone was still here. Alive. Watching. Waiting. I crouched behind a collapsed frame, heart hammering so loud I thought it might give me away. A faint movement caught my eye, a shadow shifting behind a half-buried crate. I blinked, trying to steady my gaze. It was a man. Thin, with a beard I could barely make out, and eyes that caught the moonlight like mirrors. "Who's there?" I whispered, my voice cracking. No answer. Just a low, raspy breath. I swallowed hard. "I'm not here to hurt you." Something in him stiffened, like a wire pulled taut. Then, without warning, he stepped out into the open, hands raised slowly, palms facing me. His clothes hung off him in tatters, but his eyes were sharp, calculating. "You're lucky I don't shoot first," he said, voice hoarse as the desert wind. I blinked. Shoot? I shook my head, the dryness making it hard to think straight. "No tool. I don't have anything. I'm just looking for water." His eyes narrowed. Everyone says that. I could feel the weight of his stare digging into me. The desert was a cruel place, but this was something worse. People like him didn't just survive the desert by chance. They survived because they knew how to scare you into silence. "I'm not your enemy," I said, stepping out, hands still raised. "We both want the same thing." "Water," he said, voice low. "And maybe a way out." But there's no way out. Not anymore. That hit me like a punch to the gut. I wanted to argue, to say I'd find a way, that the oasis was real, shimmering just beyond the horizon. But the look in his eyes told me he had already seen too much to believe in miracles. "Why are you here?" I asked, swallowing past the lump in my throat. He hesitated. "I was with a group. Like you, chasing that damn oasis. We thought it was real. Some of us gave up. Others," he trailed off, eyes flicking to the dark dunes beyond. "Others disappeared." A shiver ran down my spine. Disappeared? What do you mean? He took a step closer, voice dropping. "People don't vanish in this desert without reason. Not just sand swallowing them whole. There's others, hunters. watching from just beyond the dunes. They're not friendly. They don't want us to leave. Or maybe they want to keep the water for themselves. I blinked, the dry air thick in my lungs. Hunters? You mean people? He nodded grimly. You're not alone out here. They move like ghosts, silent, patient. They watch your every step, waiting for you to slip. And when you do, they take what they want. A cold knot twisted in my stomach. I thought the desert itself was the enemy. But this was something else. Something human. Worse, because it meant there was no escaping by outrunning the sun or the sandstorms. I glanced around, suddenly aware of every shifting shadow, every whisper of wind. The desert wasn't empty. It was alive. And it was watching us. Why haven't they taken you? I asked, voice barely above a breath. He shrugged, a bitter smile flickering. Luck. Or maybe they don't see me as a threat anymore. But you? His gaze sharpened. You're new. Fresh. They'll come for you. I swallowed hard, the dryness burning through my mouth like acid. My skin felt taut, stretched over bones that ached. My hands trembled. I wanted to run, but I knew it wouldn't help. Not anymore. Is there a way out? I asked, voice cracking. He looked away, eyes tracing the endless horizon where the first hints of dawn brushed the sky. No. Once you start chasing that oasis, you're in too deep. The desert closes in. There's no turning back. Not after tonight. Something inside me snapped. I'd spent days chasing a mirage, chasing hope that vanished with the dawn. Now, faced with this man's grim reality, I realized I was trapped not just by the desert, but by whatever game these hunters were playing. I wanted to ask more, to understand, but the sound stopped me. A soft crunch, footsteps on dry gravel, came from behind us. Both of us turned sharply, eyes scanning the darkness. There, just beyond the remnants of the camp, a faint silhouette stood motionless, watching. I felt my pulse spike. The hunters were close. Too close. We need to move, the man said, voice low but urgent. If they catch us here, it's over. I nodded, swallowing the bitter taste of fear. The oasis, the chase, the endless thirst, it all suddenly felt pointless if I couldn't even outrun the people who wanted me gone. The desert wind picked up, carrying the scent of dust and something metallic, the faintest hint of rust and old blood. My skin prickled. I followed him into the shifting shadows, leaving behind the broken camp and the illusion of safety. There was no turning back now. The desert had claimed me, and the hunters were closing in fast. Each step sank deeper into the sand, marking my trail for those tracking me. The twilight blurred the horizon, but I could make out faint glimmers, fires, maybe dancing in the distance. I clenched my fists, forcing myself forward. Survival wasn't just instinct anymore, it was a desperate promise. The desert night pressed down like a heavy blanket, thick and suffocating. I swallowed hard. My throat was raw and tight, the salt crusting my cracked lips, catching the dry air like sandpaper. The metallic scent that had drifted with the wind earlier lingered, rust and something colder, something that made my skin crawl. Old blood, maybe. Or maybe just the desert's way of reminding me that I wasn't alone out here. We can't stop. The man's voice was barely audible, breath ragged. Not until we're out of their line of sight. I nodded, though my legs felt like dead weight, leads sinking into the dunes. The oasis, the shimmering promise I chased for what felt like an eternity, vanished again at dawn, mocking me. Now, it seemed less a sanctuary and more a cruel joke. But that didn't matter anymore. Right now, survival meant ignoring everything else. The darkness folded around us, thick and complete. I strained to hear beyond the whisper of the wind, the crunch of sand beneath our feet. Was that a twig snapping? A soft grunt? My pulse hammered so loud I was sure the hunters could hear it too. I tried to slow it, to steady my breathing, but panic was a tide pulling me under. Suddenly, a sharp noise tore through the silence, a low, guttural breath, close and deliberate. I froze. The man beside me tensed as well, eyes darting through the blackness. We were not alone. "Stay close," he murmured, voice taut with something I couldn't name. Fear, maybe. Or something worse. The desert wasn't empty. The hunters weren't just somewhere out there. They were here, close enough to touch, to snatch us from the sand. I felt their presence, like shadows stretching just beyond my sight, watching, waiting. My skin prickled, goosebumps rising despite the dry heat. The wind shifted, carrying a faint sound. Footsteps? No, breathing. Too slow, too measured. Calculated. My mind raced, desperate for a plan. The sand dunes rose and fell like waves frozen in time, offering blind spots and cover but also traps. Every step forward risked exposure. I wanted to shout, to run, but the man's hand on my arm stopped me. "Quiet," he hissed, eyes scanning the darkness. "They'll hear you." I bit my cheek to keep from crying out. My hands trembled, sweat slick on my skin despite the chill settling in my bones. The desert night was alive. Not with ghosts or illusions, but with humans, hunters who'd been stalking me, waiting for the right moment to strike. A flicker of movement caught my eye, a silhouette melting into the dunes, just beyond the reach of our flashlights. I blinked, unsure if I'd imagined it. But the man saw it too. "There," he whispered. "They're circling us." My heart slammed against my ribs. There was no escape. The desert stretched endlessly in every direction, but the hunters had the advantage. They knew the land better, moved faster, and most terrifyingly, they didn't hesitate. "We have to keep moving," the man said, voice low but urgent. "They want to trap us, starve us out. We can't let that happen." I nodded again, swallowing past the lump in my throat. I wanted to argue, to say we should hide, wait for dawn, but I knew better. Dawn was when the oasis vanished. The moment light touched the sand, everything changed. If I was going to survive, I needed to keep chasing that mirage, no matter how cruel. The wind picked up, carrying the scent of dust, sweat, and something sour. Fear, maybe. It filled my nostrils and clawed at my lungs. I coughed, tasting grit and bitterness, the dry earth scraping against my tongue. We pressed forward, moving in silence except for the crunch of sand and the occasional rustle of dry brush. My legs ached, muscles trembling with exhaustion. My vision blurred at the edges, the heat and dehydration twisting reality into something fluid and uncertain. I wasn't sure if the shadows ahead were real or just tricks of the mind. Then the man stopped, holding up a hand. His eyes were fixed on a small depression in the sand, barely visible in the moonlight. "Wait," he whispered. "Listen." I strained to hear. At first, nothing but the wind. Then a faint sound. Footsteps, light and careful. Not far. Closer. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Quiet, low, but unmistakably human. "You shouldn't be here." My blood turned to ice. The voice was calm, but there was danger in it, something cold and unyielding. The man's jaw clenched, and he took a step forward. "Who's there?" His voice was steady, but I caught the tremor underneath. No answer. Just the soft crunch of sand shifting. "Come out," the man said. We don't want trouble. The voice laughed, low and dry, like wind over rocks. Too late for that. From the shadows emerged a figure, tall and lean, wrapped in dusty fabric that blended perfectly with the desert night. His eyes glinted, sharp and unreadable. I swallowed, heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. "Why are you chasing the oasis?" the man demanded, stepping between me and the stranger. The stranger's smile was thin, almost cruel. "Because it's the only thing worth chasing. The only thing keeping you alive. But you'll never reach it. Not with us watching." My skin tightened. The hunters weren't just tracking us, they were guarding something. Or someone. The oasis wasn't just a mirage, it was territory. A prize. The man's hand brushed my shoulder, steadying me. "We're not here to fight. We just want out." The stranger's eyes flicked to me, then back to the man. "Out? There is no out. Not until the sun rises." The wind shifted again, colder now, carrying the faintest hint of rust and old blood. The desert wasn't just a place, it was a trap. I glanced at the man. His face was set, determined but weary. Whatever this meant, we were trapped in a standoff with people who saw us as intruders, prey, or worse. The stranger took a step closer, voice dropping to a whisper. "One wrong move, and this night ends badly." Silence. Complete silence. Then the man nodded slowly. "We'll wait." I tried to steady my breath, every nerve on edge. The desert around us felt alive, watching, waiting for the inevitable moment when things would spiral out of control. The oasis had vanished again. The hunters were closing in. And the night was far from over. The cold seeped into my bones as the night stretched on, thick and unyielding. I kept my eyes on the horizon where the faintest glow promised relief or doom. The oasis, that shimmering promise of water and shade, had slipped away again. Like a mirage summoned by raw desperation, it had danced just out of reach, fading with the first hints of light. "You think they'll wait until sunrise?" the man whispered beside me, voice low and brittle. I didn't answer. I could barely trust my own thoughts. The night had stretched long enough for my mind to betray me in ways I didn't expect. I remembered the way the air had tasted, dry, bitter, like dust mixed with regret. My tongue was cracked, my throat raw, and behind my eyelids, strange flickers of light and shadow played tricks that might have been hallucinations. The stranger, the one who had warned us, shifted closer, his breath a rasp like sand scraping stone. "They don't want to fight, but they've got a reason to be here. The oasis isn't just water. It's control. Territory. There's nothing in this desert but what they decide." I swallowed, tasting salt and the faintest trace of iron. Old blood? Maybe. Or just the desert's endless memory of lost travelers. I didn't want to think about what had happened before we arrived here, or the stories the sand might tell if it spoke. I pressed my palm against the cool side of a rock, grounding myself against the rising tide of panic. The man broke the silence again. "We wait." His voice was steady even if his eyes weren't. "Until the sun comes up." I glanced at him, then at the stranger. The tension in their shoulders, the wary glances, they both knew what waiting meant. Not just survival, but surrender to the desert's slow, grinding will. I wanted to ask what would happen if they didn't wait. But the stranger's gaze was sharp enough to cut through any question. "No wrong moves," he said softly. "Not tonight." The wind shifted again, colder, carrying the faint scent of rust and something darker, old wounds, maybe, or fear. I closed my eyes for a moment, trying to steady my breath against the tightening coil in my chest. Hours passed in silence. Not the peaceful kind, but the kind that presses on your skin like a weight, suffocating and unrelenting. I heard the faint scraping of sand, the whisper of shifting dunes, and somewhere, far off, a dry cough or two. Were those other people? Or just the desert playing tricks on me? My hands trembled as I took a sip from my nearly empty water bottle, the cool liquid like a memory of something precious. The man beside me watched, his eyes flicking to mine with a quiet sympathy I couldn't meet. When the first pale fingers of dawn stretched across the sky, the oasis appeared again. Not a mirage this time, real, shimmering, a pool of cool blue surrounded by green. Relief surged through me, sharp and sudden, but I kept still. The strangers watched it, too, their faces unreadable. "Go," the man whispered. "No," I said before I could stop myself. "We wait. We don't know what's out there." The stranger nodded, a faint smile touching his lips. "Sometimes, waiting is the only way through." The sun rose slowly, burning away the night's chill and with it, the shadows that had haunted us. The men dispersed, silent and careful, vanishing into the dunes as if they were never there. The desert was empty again, vast and indifferent. I approached the oasis, my steps hesitant. The water was colder than I expected, fresh and sweet. I cupped it in my hands, letting it flow over my cracked lips and fingers. For a moment, I let myself believe I was safe. But the desert doesn't forget. It doesn't forgive. As I sat by the water, the weight of the night pressed down on me. The men, the waiting, the silent threat, they had left their mark. I realized then that the desert was more than just a place. It was a test. And I had passed, but not without scars. I filled my bottle and rested my head against a palm, the cool shade of a lone palm tree sheltering me from the rising sun. The silence here was different, less waiting, more watching. Somewhere deep inside, I knew this wasn't the end. The desert held its secrets close, and I had only just begun to understand its language. I closed my eyes, tasting the water on my lips and the dust on my tongue. The horizon stretched endlessly, a challenge and a promise. And I was still here. Still alive. Still chasing a mirage. The wind shifted, carrying with it a faint scent of something unfamiliar, smoke, maybe, or the sharp tang of metal. My eyes snapped open, scanning the endless expanse. In the distance, a flicker of movement caught my attention, a figure, small and hesitant, weaving between dunes like a shadow reluctant to be seen. My heart quickened, a spark of hope igniting amid the desolation. Was it another lost soul, or something more? I stood slowly, dust clinging to my clothes, and began walking toward that uncertain shape. The desert might guard its secrets fiercely, but I was determined to unearth them, one step at a time. With every grain of sand beneath my boots, I felt the pulse of this vast world, a silent invitation to keep going, to keep searching. The figure halted briefly, then turned, revealing a face weathered by sun and wind, eyes sharp yet tired. "You're brave to come this far," he said, voice rough but steady. "Not many do." I nodded, swallowing the dryness in my throat. "I'm looking for answers," I replied. His gaze drifted toward the horizon where the sun dipped low, casting long shadows. "Answers are expensive here," he murmured. "But maybe, if you're willing, I can help. Follow me." Without waiting, he started walking again, the sand shifting beneath his feet. I hesitated only a moment before falling in step behind him, the desert suddenly less empty, the night less daunting. Story 6, Silent Intrusions, The Unseen Tenant. The first time I noticed something off, I didn't think much of it. I stood up and adjusted it, smoothing down the fabric, feeling the coarse weave against my fingers. It smelled faintly of dust and something else, maybe the faintest trace of the repair guy's cologne. I know how that sounds, but it was subtle. Not overpowering, just enough to leave a shadow behind. I shrugged it off and went about my morning, brewing coffee, the rich, bitter scent filling the kitchen, and the quiet hum of the refrigerator punctuating the stillness. Weeks had passed since the last time Marcus, the maintenance guy, had been here. He was a fixture in our lives now, or at least part of the background noise. Always polite, always on time, with his worn-out tool belt and easy smile. I appreciated that he never made a fuss, never asked too many questions. He fixed the leaky faucets, replaced the broken tiles, tightened the loose doorknobs. Nothing fancy, just the kind of work that kept the house from falling apart. But then the little things started. The rearranged furniture. At first, I thought it was me, maybe I'd moved the chairs and forgotten. But no! The dining table was shifted an inch away from the wall, the armchair near the window angled differently. Small changes, nothing drastic, but enough to make me pause. I tried to chalk it up to my own absent-mindedness, a symptom of too many late nights at the office and early mornings chasing a toddler. One evening, after putting Ellie to bed, I walked through the hallway and noticed the family photos on the wall. They were one of my favorite things, a mix of candid shots from vacations, birthdays, and lazy Sundays in the backyard. But something was wrong. The frames had been taken down and rearranged. The picture of Ellie blowing out her 4th birthday candles was now next to a photo of us at the lake, instead of the one at the beach. More than that, the expressions in the photos seemed different somehow, like the moments captured had been shifted just enough to feel unfamiliar. I pressed my palm against the cool glass of a frame and exhaled slowly. The house felt colder than usual, or maybe it was just me. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been here when we weren't looking. But the locks, they were all intact, the windows shut tight. I double-checked every latch before bed, the click of each bolt sharper in the quiet. Marcus never asked to come inside when we weren't home. In fact, he'd only ever worked when one of us was around. It was part of the unspoken rule, I supposed. Still, the sense of being watched crept under my skin, like a whisper I couldn't quite hear. I caught myself glancing over my shoulder in the kitchen, the sound of dripping water from the sink suddenly too loud. I mentioned the oddities to Sarah, my wife, over dinner one night. She smiled lazily, her fork pausing mid-air. "Maybe you're just stressed," she said, eyes sparkling with the soft glow of the pendant lamp above the table. "You've been working too much, and with Ellie's schedule, it's bound to mess with your head." "Maybe," I said, but there was a hesitation in my voice. "It's just these little changes. Like the photos. And the furniture. It's not like me to forget that stuff." She reached across the table and squeezed my hand. "I'll keep an eye out," she promised. "Maybe Marcus is just trying to make the place look better. You know, rearranging for fun." Her optimism was comforting, but it didn't settle the knot in my stomach. I wanted to believe her. The next day, I came home early from work. Ellie was at daycare, and Sarah was out running errands. The house was silent except for the faint ticking of the hallway clock and the distant drone of traffic beyond the windows. I moved through the room, with its faint smell of dust and decays, noting the subtle differences. The lamp in the corner of the living room was switched on, its shade tilted slightly. The kitchen chairs were pushed in unevenly. The calendar on the fridge had a note I didn't write: "Don't forget to check the heater." I frowned and pulled the note off. The handwriting was unfamiliar, neat, precise. Not Marcus's usual scrawl. No smudges, no hurried loops. Just a cold, deliberate message. That's when I noticed the bedroom door was cracked open. I was sure I'd left it closed. Pushing it gently, I stepped inside. The bed covers were perfectly smooth, but the pillows were flipped upside down. I reached out, running my hand over the fabric, feeling the slight chill of the room. The scent was different here, something faintly metallic, like the hint of iron after rain. I closed the door and leaned my forehead against the cool paint. My hands trembled just a little. I told myself I was imagining things. The house was old. Things shifted. Maybe Sarah had gone in earlier and I hadn't noticed. But then I heard it. A quiet creak from the basement stairs. I froze. The basement door was locked. I checked the handle, it hadn't budged. The sound came again, softer this time. Like footsteps, but slow, deliberate. I swallowed hard, the room suddenly too warm. The smell of damp concrete, the faint mildew scent from the basement vent wafted up through the cracks. I wanted to call out, but my voice caught in my throat. The house felt vast and empty, every shadow a question. I didn't go down. I didn't open the door. Instead, I sat back down on the couch, the throw pillow still slightly off-center beneath my fingers. And I realized that whoever had been here wasn't just passing through. They knew the house. They knew us. Maybe Marcus always had. Maybe he still did. The house was quiet again, but the silence felt heavy, like it was holding its breath. Morning came too quickly. The sunlight was weak, filtered through gray clouds that seemed to dull everything in the kitchen. I made coffee, the bitter smell filling the air, but I barely tasted it. Every time I glanced around, something felt just off. Like the house remembered the night's tension and hadn't released it yet. That's when I noticed the picture frames. They were all tilted. The one on the bookshelf, where we had a family photo from our last vacation, was hanging at a crooked angle. I straightened it carefully, but something was wrong. The photo itself seemed different. Sarah and I were in the same spot, but the expressions looked altered, somehow. Like a subtle shift in her smile or the angle of my head. I blinked hard. No! It was the same photo. I must be seeing things. I checked the other frames. On the mantelpiece, a black and white picture of my parents stood in a simple wooden frame. It was one of my favorites. I picked it up and found a small note taped to the back, written in Marcus's neat handwriting, which I had only seen on his invoices and work orders before. Watching closely. Good. My skin prickled. I flipped the frame over and peeled the note off, heart pounding. When did he get in here? When did he put this here? And why? I called Sarah at work, but she was distracted, the usual background noise of her office buzzing faintly through the phone. I kept my voice low, careful not to sound alarmed, though the words stumbled out anyway. Sarah, did you notice anything strange? Like around the house? Any weird noises or... She interrupted. No, nothing. Why? Are you okay? I swallowed and said, I don't know. It's probably nothing. But I wasn't sure anymore. The note, the basement sounds. Marcus. The afternoon dragged on, filled with small, unsettling discoveries. The hallway rug, which I was certain had been straightened that morning, was now bunched up at one corner. The kitchen item, always stored in a magnetic strip on the wall, had been rearranged by size, smallest to largest instead of largest to smallest. In the living room, a book I'd left on the side table was turned face down. I didn't remember doing that. Each change was small, almost insignificant. But together, they formed a pattern, a deliberate, quiet message. Marcus was here, moving through our life like a shadow, unseen but always present. I tried to tell myself it was a prank. Maybe Sarah had moved things without thinking. But no! That note. That handwriting. I sat down at my desk and started going through Marcus's invoices and receipts, trying to find something, anything that might explain this behavior. What I found was disturbing. He'd been here more often than I realized. Not just for scheduled repairs, but late at night, early mornings, times when we were asleep or gone. His logs were vague, sometimes missing details altogether. I called the maintenance company, pretending to check on a routine repair. The woman on the phone was polite but indifferent. Marcus? Oh, he's been with us for years. Reliable. Keeps to himself. I asked if anyone had reported odd behavior. She hesitated. Nothing official. Just some customers saying things were off, but nothing concrete. Did he have keys to the houses he worked on? I asked. Usually, yes. We give trusted workers keys to avoid repeated lock changes. Saves time. I hung up, the weight of that answer settling in my chest. Keys. He didn't need to break in because he already had access. That night, Sarah and I sat at the kitchen table, the overhead light casting long shadows. I told her what I'd found, careful not to sound hysterical, even as my voice cracked. She's worried, I said, but also angry. Why didn't you tell me sooner? She asked. I shrugged. I didn't want to believe it. We agreed to check every lock, every window. To change the keys. To be vigilant. But the unease lingered. Like a low hum beneath the surface of everything. Later, as I lay in bed, I thought about the basement door. Locked tight, but the noises came from there. Maybe he was watching from below, through cracks or vents. The thought made my skin crawl. I got up and crept downstairs, flashlight in hand. The air was colder near the stairs, damp with that familiar mildew smell. The basement light flickered weakly. My footsteps echoed on the concrete floor. I scanned the walls. Nothing. No sign of entry or movement. Just the humming of the old furnace and the distant drip of a leaky pipe. Then I noticed something else, a small, nearly invisible hole drilled into the wood paneling near the stairs. I pressed my ear to it. Faintly, I heard a barely audible whisper, like someone breathing or murmuring. I pulled back, heart racing. Who was there? How long had he been listening? The next day, I started documenting everything. Photos of the crooked frames, the moved furniture, the note. I made a list of every odd detail. Sarah out, her hands shaking as she moved items back into place. We agreed to install cameras. Not to catch Marcus, we didn't want to accuse him outright, but to protect ourselves. To prove to ourselves that we weren't losing our minds. That evening, the first footage came through. Grainy and half dark, but unmistakable. Marcus, moving through the house, slow and deliberate. Not making repairs. Just watching. I sat in front of the screen, the glow painting my face in pale light. I rewound and watched again. His eyes scanned the rooms, landing on the family photos, the places where Sarah and I spent time. He lingered on the couch where I slept, fingers tracing invisible lines along the cushions. I shut the laptop. My hands trembled as I reached for my phone to call Sarah. We have to do something, I said, voice barely a whisper. She nodded, her eyes wide. But what? He has keys. He knows us. I swallowed hard. We need to find out why. The house felt smaller suddenly. Every creak, every shadow seemed like a warning. Marcus wasn't just a worker anymore. He was something else, something that had slipped quietly into our lives and refused to leave. And I knew this was only the beginning. The night stretched out like a tightrope, fragile and trembling beneath my feet. I kept replaying the video, frame by frame. his slow, deliberate movements. The way his eyes settled on those family photos like he was memorizing us over and over. His fingers on the couch cushions almost tender, but with something else underneath, something cold. The thought made the hairs on my arms bristle. How long had this been going on? Weeks? Months? And all the times I thought I was alone, he was there, watching, learning, waiting. I tried to push the images away, but they stuck, like a film I couldn't scrub off. My phone buzzed on the coffee table, breaking the heavy silence. A message from Sarah. Did you check the back door? I hadn't. Not yet. Not really. The idea of looking around the house with that knowledge sitting heavy in my chest was unbearable. But I had to. I had to know. The back door was just a few steps away, past the hallway where the wallpaper peeled slightly near the baseboards, the faint smell of damp plaster mixing with a trace of Marcus's cheap cologne that seemed to linger no matter how many windows I opened. The door itself looked normal. The lock clicked solid when I tried it. No sign of forced entry. Nothing out of place. Except the latch had been tampered with. Not broken, but fiddled with just enough to slip open quietly if you knew how. A subtle shift in the mechanism, smooth and practiced. I pressed my ear against the wood. Silence. Complete silence. Then, a faint creak, a breath of sound not from the house but from somewhere outside, beyond the garden. The wind? Or someone watching? I stepped back, heart hammering in a way I couldn't control. I wasn't safe here anymore. The house wasn't a refuge, it was a cage. I wanted to tell Sarah everything at once, but the words caught in my throat. Instead, I sat back down, hands shaking as I typed a message. We need to plan. He's been inside, without us knowing. He's got keys. The back door's been messed with. A reply came almost immediately. We can't just wait. We need to do something now. She was right. Waiting was no longer an option. But what? Calling the police? Would they believe us? Marcus was a trusted worker, a professional. Who'd suspect him? And even if they did, what proof could I show besides that grainy video? Then I remembered the photos. The next morning, sunlight felt intrusive, harsh against my skin. I avoided the windows, kept the blinds drawn low. The house was too quiet. Too still. Like it was holding its breath. I found Sarah in the kitchen, staring at the table where the family photos usually sat. Except they weren't there. Not where we'd left them. Instead, a single picture leaned against the toaster, a photo from our last vacation, but with a detail I hadn't noticed before. Marcus's reflection, faint but unmistakable, caught in the glass of the frame. He hadn't just been watching us from afar. He'd been inside the camera's reach, inside our lives more deeply than I wanted to admit. Look at this, I said, voice low, trying to keep calm. She came closer, eyes narrowing. How did he? Exactly. He's been here. More than once. We pulled down the other pictures from the shelves. Some were missing. Others rearranged. Faces blurred, names scratched out in pen on the backs. It was like he was editing our memories, rewriting the story we thought we owned. I felt sick. The house was no longer ours. It belonged to him now, in some twisted way. That afternoon, I searched the garage, hoping for some clue, some sign of what he wanted. The smell of motor oil and dust filled the air, cold and heavy with silence, the floor cold beneath my bare feet. I found a small notebook wedged behind the tool rack. Pages filled with neat handwriting, dates and times, notes about the house, the layout, our routines. He knew when Sarah left for work, when I came home. He even noted when the kids were at school. I flipped through it, each entry tightening the knot in my chest. This wasn't random. It was deliberate. Obsessive. The realization hit me like a wave. We were trapped. We had handed him the keys to our lives, and now there was no turning back. I called Sarah that night, voice barely steady. "We need to leave," I said. She hesitated. "Where?" "Everywhere feels unsafe now." "I don't know." "But staying here, it's not an option." There was a long pause. Then she whispered, "I'm scared." "Me too." Before we hung up, she added, "Did you check the bedroom?" I hadn't. And now I didn't want to. But I did. The room was dark, curtains drawn tight. The bed was made, but something was off. The pillows shifted, the blanket folded differently. On the nightstand, a small envelope, unmarked, waiting. My hands trembled as I opened it. Inside was a single photo, one I'd never seen before, of me, asleep. Taken from the doorway, shadows cloaking the edges, but the expression on my face was clear. Vulnerable. Beneath it, a note, written in that same neat handwriting, "I see you." I dropped the photo, heart racing, breath shallow. Marcus didn't need to break in. He was already inside us. Inside the walls, inside our routines, inside our heads. The point of no return wasn't a moment. It was a suffocating truth settling deep. We were no longer just victims of a stranger's obsession. We were his unwilling players in a game we didn't understand, with no way out. And as I stood there, the house around me whispering secrets, I knew one thing for certain: the next move was his. And we had no choice but to follow. I stood there for a long moment, the photo slipping from my fingers and fluttering to the floor like a fallen leaf. I wanted to scream, to call Marcus out, demand answers, rip the walls apart if I had to. But the echo of that note, "I see you," weighed heavily in my mind. It wasn't just a threat. It was a declaration. He was here. Always had been. I swallowed hard, fighting the urge to bolt. My hands still trembled, fingers brushing the rough carpet where the photo lay. The image burned itself into my brain, me, asleep, completely unaware. How many times had he watched? How long had he been inside my life without me knowing? The house felt smaller suddenly, corners closing in like a trap. I could almost hear the faint scrape of footsteps somewhere, soft and deliberate, just beyond the thin walls. No one was supposed to be here. No one but me. But Marcus had been coming and going, perfecting his access, weaving himself into every crack and crevice. I turned slowly, eyes scanning the room for anything out of place. The pillows on the bed, they were arranged differently than usual, the blanket folded at a sharper angle, almost too precise. The nightstand drawer was slightly ajar, something I was sure I'd closed hours ago. The scent of stale dust mixed with something else, faint but unmistakable, a metallic tang, like blood vessels tightening beneath my skin. I forced myself to breathe slowly, to steady the rising tide of panic. I had to think. Had to act. I reached for my phone, but it was gone. Missing. Gone from the nightstand where I always left it. My stomach twisted, cold and empty. Marcus had been here recently. Too recently. The sound of a door creaking open somewhere in the house jolted me upright. My heart slammed against my ribs as I spun toward the hallway. The old wooden floorboards groaned under invisible weight. "Hello?" My voice cracked, brittle and unsure, swallowed quickly by the darkness. No answer. Only silence. The kind that waits. I grabbed the lamp on the dresser, the weight solid and grounding in my hand. The bulb flickered weakly, casting long, jittery shadows that danced along the wallpaper. The room seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting in time with my ragged breaths. I moved toward the door, every nerve screaming, every sense alert. The hallway lights were off, the darkness thick enough to lose myself in. I reached out, fingers brushing the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows switch, and flicked it on. Nothing. The bulbs were dead. Or worse, turned off deliberately. I stepped into the hall, the wooden floorboard creaking underfoot like a whispered warning. The smell was stronger here, metal and something else, faint but unmistakable. A cold draft brushed my neck, sending a shiver down my spine. I heard it again, soft, deliberate footsteps. Slow. Methodical. Approaching. I held the lamp higher, the flickering light barely pushing back the shadows. The hallway stretched ahead, empty and suffocating. No one visible. But I wasn't alone. "Marcus," I whispered, voice tight. "Show yourself." Nothing. Just the echo of my words, swallowed by the darkness. I edged forward, each step careful, measured. The house had become a maze, every room a potential trap. The thought twisted inside me, this wasn't about fixing things anymore. It was about control. Ownership. He wanted to invade every corner of my life, to erase the line between safe and unsafe. I reached the living room. The furniture was rearranged again, chairs shifted, the couch pulled away from the wall, creating strange, uncomfortable spaces. Family photos lined the mantelpiece, but some faces were missing, others replaced by images I didn't recognize. Faces watching me from the shadows. A cold weight settled on my chest. I noticed the TV was on, but muted, flickering images of rooms I didn't know, empty hallways, a dimly lit kitchen, the creak of a floorboard in the distance. It was a surveillance feed. My skin prickled, goosebumps breaking out like a rash. He wasn't just inside the house. He was inside my life, my every moment, watching and waiting. I wanted to run. To escape. But where? The front door was locked, the windows barred from the inside. My phone was missing. I was trapped in this house with a stranger who knew every secret, every weakness. The thought made my hands shake harder. I gripped the lamp tighter, its warmth seeping into my cold fingers. A sudden sound behind me, a whisper, low and deliberate, made me spin around, heart hammering. Nothing. Just the empty room. I forced myself to breathe, slow and steady. I had to stay calm. Think. I remembered the envelope. The photo. The note. "I see you. How long have you been watching? Months? Weeks? Days?" The thought was unbearable. I moved toward the kitchen, the scent of something sharp and metallic stronger there. I flicked on the light switch. Nothing. I tried the living room lamp again. Flicker. Flicker. Then steady light. On the kitchen counter, a small pile of objects. My keys. My wallet. My watch. All things I thought were lost. Or stolen. A note lay atop them, written in the same neat, chilling handwriting. "You can't leave. Not yet." I dropped the lamp. It shattered against the tile, shards scattering like broken promises. The sound echoed through the silent house like a gunshot. I backed away, heart racing, breath shallow. The house was no longer a home. It was a cage. I heard footsteps again. Closer this time. Faster. "Marcus," I called out, voice cracking. Let me out. No answer. Just the sound of him stepping into the room, into the light. Only, no one was there. I blinked. Then I saw it. On the fridge door, in thick black marker, a message. Game's just begun. The blood drained from my face. I wasn't crazy. I wasn't imagining it. He was here. Watching. Waiting. And the next move was coming. I just didn't know what it would be. The shards of the lamp still crunched under my shoe as I stood frozen in the kitchen, eyes locked on the fridge's black marker scrawl. Game's just begun. Silence. Complete silence. The footsteps had stopped. No Marcus. No one. I swallowed hard, the taste of stale coffee and burnt toast lingering on my tongue from breakfast hours ago, now a distant memory drowned out by the thick tension in the air, cold and heavy with silence. My hand shook so badly I could barely lift my phone. I tried to call 911, but the screen blinked no service. The house, my home, had become a fortress, one that had trapped me inside without locks or bars. I sank onto the kitchen chair, eyes darting to the scattered glass. The broken lamp was more than an accident, it was a message. Control. Power. I was a prisoner in my own life. I stayed there, listening to the hum of the refrigerator and the faint creak of the old floorboards settling. My mind raced back over everything Marcus had done, the subtle rearrangements of furniture, the photos swapped with unsettling versions, the way he'd known what we were doing before we even did it. It wasn't just maintenance. It was surveillance. An invasion of privacy so profound it erased the line between safety and threat. I thought of the family pictures again, the ones on the hallway wall, now slightly tilted, faces replaced with ones I didn't recognize. How long had he been watching? How much did he know? And why was he toying with me now? The front door was just a few feet away. I imagined myself throwing it open, running into the night, but a cold knot tightened in my stomach. If Marcus really had the keys, and I knew he did, escaping might only be temporary. It wasn't the locks I feared, it was him. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time lost meaning. I didn't dare check my phone again. Instead, I paced the small kitchen, the rough grain of the wooden table pressing against my fingertips, grounding me. I needed a plan. Then, a sound, soft, deliberate tapping on the window. I froze. The kitchen window faced the side yard. I edged toward it, heart hammering, and peered out. No one. Just the shadow of the maple tree swaying against the dim glow of the street lamp. But the tapping came again, quieter this time, as if mocking me. I blinked, and a chill shot down my spine. The tapping wasn't from outside. It was coming from the other side of the glass, the inside. Marcus. My breath hitched. I spun around, scanning for movement, my eyes catching the faint outline of a figure reflected in the hallway mirror. Just a trick of the light. I hoped. I told myself it was nothing. But the impossibility of Marcus stepping through walls had never been the point. He never needed to break in. He was already inside. I remembered the small pile on the kitchen counter, my keys, wallet, watch, things I thought lost. They were proof he knew my habits, my routines. How much was staged? How much was real? I sat back down, clasped my hands tightly, the rough skin of my palms rubbing together as I tried to think clearly. I had to reclaim some semblance of control. But how? The first light of dawn crept through the blinds, pale and uncertain. I was exhausted, but sleep was impossible. Every creak, every whisper of wind felt like a countdown. Later that morning, after hours of backing myself into corners of the house I thought would be safe, I made a decision. I called the landlord, stumbling over my words, voice shaky but determined. "I need to break the lease," I said. "Effective immediately." There was a pause, then a sympathetic sigh. "I understand. I'll send someone to inspect the place." I hung up and grabbed my coat, keys still clutched in my hand. The pile on the counter was gone. I wasn't sure if Marcus had taken them or if I had dreamed it all. Outside, the air was sharp and cold, the city waking up with its usual cacophony, sirens, distant voices, the rumble of buses. But I felt oddly detached, as though no sound could reach me anymore. I walked to my car, the gravel crunching beneath my boots, and glanced back at the house. It looked ordinary, harmless. A place where life should have been simple and safe. But it wasn't. Not anymore. Over the next weeks, the lease terminated. I moved into a small apartment across town. Lights on dimmers, locks that clicked firmly in place. I changed my phone number, my email, even my routine. Every night, before sleep, I triple-checked the locks, the windows, the alarm system. The paranoia was exhausting, but necessary. Sometimes, late at night, I'd catch myself staring into shadows, half expecting to see Marcus's figure lurking just beyond the doorway. The feeling never fully left me. It settled into my bones like a permanent ache. I told friends fragments of the story, careful to avoid sounding hysterical. Most nodded politely, offering vague sympathies about creepy contractors or bad luck. No one really understood. How could they? The horror wasn't in a single violent act or a dramatic confrontation. It was in the slow unraveling of trust, the invasion of the most private corners of my life by someone I'd welcomed in. In therapy, I tried to unpack the tangled mess of emotions, fear, shame, anger. I realized how vulnerable I'd felt, how much I'd underestimated the quiet ways people can break you down without ever raising a hand. And yet, I am different now. I walk with my shoulders squared, eyes sharper, senses tuned to the slightest shift. The world feels less forgiving but more real. I've learned that safety is a fragile illusion, one that can shatter not with a crash but with subtle, persistent erosion. Sometimes, when the house is still and the city quiets down, I find myself reaching for my phone to check the time. I don't know why. I'm home now, safe, but the habit lingers, a leftover thread connecting me to that other life, that other fear. One night, months after moving out, I received a plain envelope slipped under my new apartment door. Inside was a single photograph of me, asleep on my old couch, the morning light spilling across my face as if someone had been watching all along. No note. No signature. Just a reminder. I folded the photo carefully and placed it in a drawer, locking it away. I'm free from the house. Free from Marcus's presence. But not from the echoes. The game had ended. But the scars it left remain, invisible to the world, etched deep inside me. And sometimes, when the night is quiet and the shadows press close, I wonder if the game ever truly ends at all.